welcome everyone. Today is April 8th, 2024. Good evening, everyone. Today is April 8th, 2024, and we will be opening up meeting number 7-24. Please join me as you're able in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we get started with agenda review, I just wanted to have a moment of recognition and pause for the families and people who were impacted by the Baltimore Bridge. We know people lost their lives, their livelihoods, and families are still struggling. And so I thought it would be appropriate for us to take a moment of silence. I also want to acknowledge a Commissioner, Pearson, who passed in the past 2 weeks. And we thank him for all of his service and remembering what he's done for Rockville. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda review. Ms. Taylor Farrell, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Madam Mayor and council members, there is a change to the agenda online for the 15th. We added another consent agenda item C. If it's already been updated online, and we sent a copy out to the mayor and council acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. And now we'll have the city manager's report. Welcome, Mrs. Simoneau.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. In response to the disaster that you just mentioned, the Small Business Administration has announced the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program for small businesses and nonprofits impacted by the disruption of port activity. The EIDL loans are low interest with no payments or interest for the first 12 months. For more detail, those interested may visit sba.gov/disaster or call 800-659-2955 or reach out to our partners at the Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce and the Rockville Economic Development Incorporated. READY is co-located with the Maryland Women's Business Center, which is an SBA-funded resource. As you are aware from our prior meeting, the federal appropriations funding bills signed by President Biden on March 9th did not include the Homeland Security bill, which contained 2 pending projects for Rockville. On March 23rd, the final funding package was signed by the President, and both Rockville projects were approved, including $900,000 for the Potomac Woods storm drain improvements and $592,500 for improvements in Rockville's Emergency Operations Center. This brings the total to more than $3.9 million for 5 approved projects out of 6 requested in our federal earmarks. Once again, I want to thank city staff who prepared their earmark request and members of the Mayor and Council for their advocacy and support for the projects, as well as Congressman Jamie Raskin, Senators Chris Van Hollen, and Ben Cardin. Now that spring is here, outdoor activities are heating up. The 3rd annual Skate Jam takes place Saturday, April 20th from 9 to 5 at the Rockville Skate Park at 355 Martins Lane. The 12th annual Rockville Arts Festival will be held Saturday and Sunday, May 4th and 5th from 10 to 5 in Rockville Town Square. Both events are free and all are welcome. And just in time for the good seasonal weather, several outdoor space improvements have been completed. The Israel Park playground construction in Lincoln Park is complete and opening soon, as well as the new Preserve Dog Park in Tower Oaks. Potomac Woods Parks now has ADA parking and path improvements for the upper baseball field in time for spring play. The recreation and park staff encourage all adults to get outside and play in the spring leagues for softball, soccer, kickball, or volleyball. Registration is now open. Details are available on the city's website at rockvillemd.gov. Finally, we are proud to announce that local resident Callie Walker of St. Mary's School won the If I Were Mayor essay contest for 4th graders in our district. The annual statewide contest, sponsored by the Maryland Municipal League, encourages civic participation and the 11 district winners will be honored by Governor Moore at a meeting Friday, April 26th. We congratulate Ms. Walker, her family, and her teachers at St. Mary's. Thank you, and this concludes my report for the evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simoneau. I just had a few quick things I wanted to add on to you. First of all, the If I Were Mayor contest had a chance to go to many elementary schools all across the city. The future is bright with our children. They had amazing ideas. I was coming back with service requests from Mr. Simoneau, and they are just really on it, so I'm proud of our young people. I also wanted to acknowledge the villages. They put on a fantastic event yesterday, bringing together the Rockville High School and Richard Montgomery Jazz Band. And there are cookies outside our chamber to celebrate from Sunflower Bakery. Very apropos for tonight, they're musical notes, and we'll learn more about why that is. But feel free to grab a cookie if you're in City Hall today. And I wanted to acknowledge and thank the villages as well as the jazz director. And then lastly, I wanted to note we have been working very, very hard to try to get in infrastructure dollars because we know that taking care of what's under the city is important to help our city run. And so I want to thank staff for all of the help on the earmarks and the infrastructure grants that we're pursuing. And also on Rec and Parks, we're trying to make sure that we improve parks all across the city, and we're looking at making sure there's equity in that as well. So thank you for the parks that you mentioned. It's great to see they're in different geographic locations. Thank you very much. Any questions for the city manager? Okay, all right. Now we're going to move on to proclamations and recognitions. We have a few. I will note that we're going to welcome the Wooten High School Acatonics a cappella team, and we'll talk a little bit about why they're here today. We'll have a proclamation on Arbor Day, and I also just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that there is a green permit holiday. If you are going to do something, changing your heat pump, getting EV, solar, during the month of April, you can do so permit-free. So please take advantage. My colleagues, let's go and do the proclamations and recognitions. All right. Yes, I would love to welcome the a cappella team. Are you going to sing for us? I'm joking. So we had a chance to see the important work that you all have been doing. Feel free to come with all of our, they don't bite, I promise. But here, rolling into the chambers, we have the Thomas S. Wooten High School a cappella Acatonics team. And our city has been trying to make sure that we recognize young people for doing positive things, going out and shining and making our city look bright. We are so proud of you. A lot of people talk about negative things that are happening in the world. These are the positive people that are making good things happen in the world. And you're making our city better through song. And we're so very proud of you. And so we'd love to recognize you on behalf of the entire mayor and council. We've all been trying to make sure that we celebrate wins like this. So I'm going to say the mayor and council of the city of Rockville are issuing a certificate of recognition to Thomas S. Wooten High School Acatonics a cappella team. The city of Rockville celebrates and congratulates your 2024 national competition wins. The Sing Strong New York A Cappella Festival High School Competition win, as well as the International Championship of High School A Cappella, winner of the Mid-Atlantic Regional Quarterfinal Round Competition. Congratulations. These wins are as amazing as the Sing Strong New York A Cappella Festival is renowned for showcasing some of the most talented vocal groups, and we believe ours is the most talented, from across the nation, providing a platform for both established and emerging talents to demonstrate their prowess. Thank you for representing us well. Keep shining, keep singing, and we can't wait to hear more from you. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick picture. My colleagues, if you can squeeze in somehow.
Okay, ready? One more. Okay, thanks. I know, right?
We'll hear from Mr. Swartz a few words.
Thank you so much. We are so honored for this recognition. It really means a lot to us. We are a group that is the only nationally competing group in our entire county, and we take that very seriously when we go to our competitions, when we represent our school and our entire city and our entire county at the competitions we go to. And I would love to just say a huge thank you to our principal, Mr. Doug Nelson, who is here today, and our entire administration and staff and students and community at Wooten High School. Part of why we are able to do what we do is because of the support that we get from the ground up, and we really, really appreciate that, and we're so happy to be here and to represent Rockville in this way. So thank you so much for this. It really means a lot to us.
I'd also like to thank everyone. My name is Douglas Nelson. I'm principal at Wooten High School, and I just want to not only celebrate our students for a year of success, I would also just like to kind of paint the picture about why all of this matters. At school, we educate a lot. We give tests, we give quizzes, we read, we study, we do all of those things. But then there are the special moments where we also create the memories. And so as a principal, I think it has just been a moment of pride throughout the year to see you all perform, to see what you do by bringing pride to our school. But more importantly, what I really believe is that our students walk away with memories. They will always remember this, that they were in competition and they were in this group. And this is the thing that really counts. And so I just want to thank everyone for recognizing us tonight. And it's a real honor and privilege to be here with you. Thank you. Yep.
I'll just also note, in addition to supporting and being excited about the a cappella team, our full mayor and council has been advocating for a new Wooten High School. So I couldn't be in Wooten company without mentioning that. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
So once, thank you. Thank you so much. Good job. Take care. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, I would love to come see you guys.
Yes.
Marie?
Congratulations.
What's up, Navy? You right, right.
All right.
You want
It is hard to follow that up, but I'm excited to do the proclamation for Arbor Day today. The eclipse brought some beautiful weather and the trees are in bloom. So let's get right to it. Whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture set aside a special day called Arbor Day for the planting of trees in response to a state proclamation urging settlers and homesteaders in that prairie state to plant trees that would provide shade, shelter, fruit, fuel, and beauty for residents of the largely treeless plains. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, as well as cut heating and cooling costs, clean the air, produce oxygen, provide habitat for wildlife, and give us renewable resources of paper, wood, and fuel. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of the business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal, and Rockville will continue its tree planting traditions. And whereas this is the 35th consecutive year that the Arbor Day Foundation has named Rockville as Tree City, USA. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim April 17th, 2024 as Arbor Day, and urge the Rockville community to support efforts to care for our trees and woodlands and to support the city's community forestry programs. I move the proclamation.
Councilmember Blair, seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you.
And I believe we have our own city forester, Paula, to come accept the proclamation. Thank you. You can come around this side.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Councilmember Fulton. All right. Being named a Tree City USA is due in large part to the support of our mayor and council. And the Parks Department really appreciates all the efforts that have been put forth in the past, and we so look forward to working with the new mayor and council. And I look forward to seeing those of you who can attend our Arbor Day tree planting ceremony. It's being held next Wednesday at Meadow Hall Elementary School, and we're going to celebrate our 35th year of being a Tree City USA. So thank you. I would say 600. Yeah. We plant around 600 trees a year. So, and that's along our streets, so not counting parks. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Want to take a picture with us?
Oh, sure.
One more. Thank you.
All right, so thank you everyone for being here. So excited to see about the Tree City Award, as well as to celebrate our high school students winning a national recognition. We are now moving on to the boards and commissions reappointments. I'm buying time for my colleagues to open up their pages. All right, so I will entertain motions for appointments. Councilman Valeri.
I move that for the Community Policing Advisory Board, that we appoint Daniel Belay as a new appointment to service a full 3-year term until April 1st, 2027, and Rebecca Kallenberg, a new appointment to service a full 2-year term until April 1st, 2026.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Wonderful. That's unanimous. Next, we have appointments for the Education Commission. Councilmember Fulton.
For the Education Commission, I'd like to move Jacqueline Renfro as a reappointment to serve as a parent representative public school for a 3-year term until April 1st, 2027.
Second.
Councilmember Shaw seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. And now I'll entertain a motion for the Environment Commission. Councilmember Van Grack.
With regard to the Environment Commission, I nominate and hereby move for Jen Haas to be a new appointment to service a full 3-year term until August 1st, 2027 for the Environment Commission.
Thank you. Second by Councilman Valeri. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you to our volunteers who've come forward. I know that the city really benefits from the hundreds of volunteers who make our city better, and we'll have more appointments in the near future. We'll now move to community forum. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and the first group up is Kathleen Shannon and Chip Boylan from the Rockville Rec and Park Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Madam Mayor. A few council members I've known from the past. Kathleen isn't quite here yet, so I'll take over. So I'm president of the Rockville Recreation Parks Foundation. We were founded 15 years ago to support rec and park programs in the city. And we've been doing that pretty well for a number of years, but now we're kind of venturing a little farther than we have in the past, in that we're developing a major fundraiser for the Rockville Swim Center, the recreation pool. Here she is.
Good evening. I apologize. Parking is a challenge.
So,
I'm Kathleen Shannon.
so I was just talked about us a little bit. And getting into the swim center. We are holding a duck derby. We are going to put up to 5,000 ducks up for auction in the city of Rockville, and then we are going to load these into the swimming pool on Friday evening, July 19th, and pick out 10 for prizes, the top prize being $1,000. And we're doing this to raise money for the facility that's being redone there after many years. It served us well, but now it needs to be redone. And we think that while the city has dedicated $10 million to this project, probably not enough for all of the features that we would really like to have, like a basketball hoop, lily pads for kids, a zip line, that kind of thing. So we're trying to raise money so we can donate that to the city to pay for those kind of those particular facilities and features. So I have, yeah, okay, I'll tell you what. I've got enough ducks. Give the big one to the mayor. Okay. And I'll keep talking. So right now we're looking for sponsors to help us with this. Sponsors can go to this website and see our sponsor opportunities by clicking on the right spot. The foundation itself, we've been raising for a number of years looking for a big event, and this is it for us. So we have dedicated roughly half of our assets, or $25,000, that we're going to donate to the city for this facility. And what we expect to do, if after our Duck Derby later in the year, start doing a matching funds process where we'll put up money for some of these facilities and match dollar for dollar everything that citizens or organizations will donate to the to this event. So we want you to keep that website in mind, the date in mind. Okay, July 19th, be in the evening, early afternoon, early evening at the Rockville Swim Center itself. It'll be a wonderful event, and we hope to raise a lot of money for the city. And we're out of time. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now welcome Jake Jacobek, Chair of the Rockville Bicycle Advisory Committee. Welcome, Jake Jacobek.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Jake Jacobek. I live at 319 Grandin Avenue in Croydon Park. I'm here speaking as the new chair of the Rockville Bicycle Advisory Committee. I was elected at our last meeting, and I'm happy to help work to make Rockville a good place and fun place to ride a bike. First, I wanted to invite the Mayor and Council to the Bike Month kickoff ride on May the 11th at 10 a.m. beginning right here at City Hall. We will be taking a nice, easy ride around Rockville's network of trails and quiet streets. When I first moved to Rockville in November 2020, it had been a long time in my former city, where I had volunteered with the Alexandria Bicycle Advisory Committee. In that time, I've been involved in many vicious campaigns for safer cycling in the city, the most recent one being the Seminary Road Complete Streets project. I was tired and needed a break when I came to Rockville in November 2020, and I vowed not to attend meetings too quickly. I attended my first meeting in December 2020. In that meeting, I had discovered that now Chair Emerita Nancy Breen, I had met her at Grosvenor Metro a couple years prior. I had led her to the office near mine riding her bike. She had gotten off the train, and I saw that she was looking around, and I was like, oh, can I help you get somewhere? And I was riding, and we basically both rode to the same office. So I maintained that my arrival in Rockville was fortuitous. Now I am chair of the committee, and I'm happy to be here. My goals include help to grow the organization, to help more people work on making Rockville a safe and fun place to ride a bike. We have a very solid group of volunteers now, and I look forward to finding more people who are passionate and dedicated to this as we are. I also wish to encourage my fellow committee members to advocate for cycling in the city and come to meetings like this one to speak in favor of safer cycling in Rockville. Thank you for your time tonight. I look forward to serving as chair, and I look forward to making Rockville a better place to ride a bike. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Schimmel. And after that, we'll have Kathleen Kleiman.
Hi there, I'm Richard Schimmel. I'm here on behalf of the National Association for Recreational Equality, and I'm here for one simple purpose, which is to publicize an event that we're having at the Mattie Stepanek Park Bank Shot Court this Sunday at 12 noon. It's located at 1800 Pickard Drive on the corner of Pickard and Gaither. If any of those who don't know, bank shot basketball is sort of like miniature golf, but with bank boards for basketball. And we have 16 different configurations for these bank boards. It's a non-competitive sport. It's particularly useful for the physically disabled and the autistic community, but it's something that's available for everyone. And we are hoping to get a good turnout. We're going to have some pizza there. I don't know what else we'll have. We'll see what the week brings us. We've invited members of the city council and the county council. We hope to have participation. With a little bit of luck, we'll have a video camera to publicize the event. And we're praying for good weather because there's nothing worse than playing basketball in the rain. So we look forward to seeing you there. If anybody wants to publicize the event, we have these lovely posters that we have. You'll see them around the city, and I'm going to put some out after I leave today. So we look forward to seeing you this Sunday, April 14th at 12 noon, Mattie Stepanek Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can someone bring a mic for Ms. Kleiman, please? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Kleinman, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself today and not any of the commissions or advisory committees I participate in. I wanted to mention, however, I sat in on the Rockville Pedestrian Advocacy Committee meeting last month, and the police officer reported a crash where a wheelchair using pedestrian, was struck by a car backing out of a parking spot. The officer who took the report determined that it was actually a service road and that the pedestrian was at fault, which means the person in a wheelchair. And it was alarming to me because I use that route myself frequently, if not once a month, maybe twice a month. And I've crossed paths in that exact same area with other wheelchair users. And there are 2 national programs for people with disabilities that are in that building. So that's probably in part the reason why you have all that wheelchair traffic. But again, the question comes to mind, how would one identify that as a service road that the officer called it a service road and not a parking lot? So that was confusing. The other thing is there any signs identifying it as a service road? But why would those of us in wheelchairs roll on the so-called service road? It's because the ADA is not afforded to us on any of the sidewalks. Either this is Hungerford, 355. It's a state road. We've had many conversations on all the commissions and advisory committees about the poor condition of the sidewalks and how they're not a good resource for people with wheelchairs on the state road sidewalks. But it also even the sidewalks along sides of the building that are frontage for the building, they're not necessarily a good example of ADA. Their slopes are frequently uneven and too steep, and they're choppy. So there's not much recourse. So I'm alarmed because, as a frequent user, and it occurs to me, how do we identify it as a service road? I mean, I do know the rules of pedestrians need to walk on the left, the opposite side of the road from traffic, but I don't think we can identify this particular spot. And do the police officers receive any training on the ADA? Do they know that there is not another route available? I'm out of time, so I'll be back next time with chapter 3.
Thank you very much. Carmel Ferrer. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Carmel Ferrer, and my husband and I have lived at the Huntington at King Farm apartments for 5 years. I want to thank Mayor Ashton and the council for the opportunity to speak, and Councilmember Shaw for inviting me. I'm here to speak about rent stabilization. When we moved here from Annapolis in 2019, our base monthly rent for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment with a loft was $2,294. Over the next 2 years, the rent increases were reasonable, never more than 2.6%. The apartment building was a good fit for my husband's mobility issues, so all seemed well. But then the City of Rockville's pandemic rent cap expired. And when we received our lease renewal offer, the rent increased by more than 15%. We negotiated, but the lowest the property would go was 11%. Far more than the city's guideline of 0.4%. When we renewed this year, they proposed 6.3%. We negotiated again, eventually agreeing to 4%. We're now paying a base rent of $2,756 plus community fees. It's a nice apartment, but it isn't $2,700 worth of nice. My husband receives only minimal Social Security benefits as income, and we are in essence a one-income household. But my annual 2.5% salary increases certainly haven't kept pace with the rent hikes. And it's not like there's a surplus of affordable homes in this area to buy. Not only are houses very expensive, but they're not age-friendly. And this is a concern for us. Search Zillow for a single-story, single-family home in Rockville for under $400,000, and you'll see what I mean. The runaway rent hikes are also putting the diversity we prize at risk. Last year, Wallet Hub named Rockville one of the 10 most diverse cities in the country. But many of the people most likely to be displaced by huge and ongoing rent hikes are people of color who emigrated from other countries. So we need you to fight to keep this beautiful diversity in our city. We need rent stabilization, and we need it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll welcome Miriam Jabi, followed by Peter Lowett. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm here to speak on rent stabilization as well. My name is Miriam, and I have been living in Rockville for about 10 years. I live in King Farm, and I have been living in the residences of King Farm for about 5-6 years now. And as the previous speaker just highlighted the statistics of the rent, I don't have all the statistics, but I know the rent has been astronomically high, and it's almost impossible to own a home as a single parent. I had 2 sons. One passed away about 2 years ago, and my second son is still here with me, and I just want to continue to give him some stabilization. I don't want to move into a different neighborhood. I want him to keep the same school that he goes to, and I also want to have him to keep the friends that he has known for 5 years, and continue to have them long term. So that's why I'm here, just to appeal to you to kind of look into that, and also not just the rent stabilization as well, but also home ownership. Like the homes here, the prices are so high, and I am in the margin of purchasing a home, but when you look at the home and the prices and the size of the home, it's just not compared to other counties and other cities in Maryland. It's just very, very high. So that's why I'm here. So I hope you can take this into consideration. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Welcome. We appreciate you being here. Mr. Peter?
Yeah, I'm switching to the other. I signed up for the wrong one.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Anyone else who would like to speak during community forum?
Good evening. My name is Angus Chen. Good evening, the mayor and the council members. In 2022, a city has increased the salary, base salary, to address wage compression. As a result, now there are many kids sign up for as lifeguard at the pool. Because of your decision, the new kids a sense of community. Because of decision, we are seeing the future leaders are born. Because of decision, younger kids would like to become a lifeguard, serve the community. And that's my little feedback from year 2022. So looking forward. By the way, my name is Angus Chen. I am City of Rockville Swim and Fitness Center Advisory Board chairperson. I've been serving on the board for 12 years. This is the collective effort the committee put it together, so I'm just going to read it. The Rockville Swim and Fitness Center is one of the most visited city recreation facilities. It generates over $2 million. Over 350,000 plus customer visits annually. That includes membership visits, daily admissions, program attendance, etc. And 900 Rockville Montgomery Swim Club registration. It's including the Summer Rockville Raid roster annually. The swim center is open 362 days a year. I'm here on behalf of the advisory board to express our sincere gratitude for your recent efforts to review the total capital improvement program needs and for approving the necessity of additional funds for the recreation pool project. The transformative outdoor recreation pool will become an iconic feature that Rockville will be known for decades, and one that residents will love. We're thankful for your commitments to improve our community and for acknowledging the vital role that the Rockville Swim and Fitness Center plays in meeting the diverse needs and desires of Rockville residents. The current facilities work well and do so much good because of amazing staff, user community, and support from the city. That's treasure and not take it for granted. We are confident that with your continued support, the Swim and Fitness Center can continue to serve the needs of all community members. And thank you again for your dedication and hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just quick clarification, would you like those remarks to also be included in the budget hearing? I heard some things related to the budget. Okay, Ms. Taylor Farrell, can we help to make that shift? Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Rockville City members. It's good to see you all again. My name is Paul Scott. I'm the president of the King Farm Citizen Assembly. King Farm is an award-winning planned community located on 450 acres in the northern part of Rockville. King Farm has over 1,500 homes and over 1,000 apartments with approximately 9,500 residents. And I also want to say I support the comments made by the King Farm residents who spoke earlier. As Councilwoman Fulton read, 35 years where Rockville has been designated as a tree city. April 22nd is Earth Day, but I'm happy that in Rockville and in Montgomery County, we recognize Earth Month, not just one day. The city of Rockville is known and celebrated for a healthy lifestyle and our amenities, whether it's walking, bicycling, or Councilman Van Grack, kayaking. It is critical that efforts by our neighbors and city residents that are aimed at cleaning our community and keeping our environmental areas clean continue. This past Saturday on April 5th, residents of King Farm participated in the cleanup of streams that are located in the King Farm area. This is the third year that King Farm residents have conducted organized efforts to clean up and beautify our natural areas. Our streams flow into the Potomac River, and this effort is part of other organized events across the Washington, D.C. area that include cleaning up our waterways and communities. An environmentally clean community is essential to ensuring that our city will continue to be safe and a desirable place for young families and for those of us who are aging, that we can continue to enjoy nature. Yes, I am aging. I would like to acknowledge, first of all, Kate Gould and Martha Morris, who are residents of King Farm and who have led this efforts over the past 3 years. Additionally, I would like to thank Shannon Philbin from the City of Rockville Department of Environment for her continued support on our efforts. Lastly, I want to thank Councilmember Barry Jackson. He came out on Saturday and he got his feet dirty and got his hands dirty and helped clean up our streams and so forth, and we appreciate that. In the past, we have had our mayor. She has been out there with us, and we look forward in the future to having her out there. I want to personally invite and challenge each one of the council members to come out in the future, come out to King Farm and help us beautify our area. We are proud that we are hosting the fireworks on July 4th. And in closing, again, I want to say thank you to the mayor, the city council, and the staff of the city for their continued focus on the sustainability of our communities, especially since this is Earth Month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to speak as part of Community Forum? We'll be transitioning to the budget public hearing in a few seconds. Okay. Thank you to everyone who spoke out. We have been taking notes and we'll be following up with staff. I have a couple of things that I have as ideas, but I just wanted to appreciate and say that we welcome everyone to come and be a part and share ideas on how to make our city better. We know that you have a lot of things to do, and we appreciate you taking time to be with us. Thank you. All right, so we'll be moving over to agenda item number 9, which is our budget public hearing for fiscal year 25. This is public hearing number 3, and I would ask Ms. Francesco, do we have a presentation or a few words you'd like to say before we get started?
I do not have a presentation, but I will turn this over to Mr. Chambers to my left, who will give a few brief remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Like you mentioned, this is our third and final public hearing scheduled for the FY 2025 budget process. The goal of these public hearings is to give community members a chance to provide input and speak to their priorities as they relate to the 2025 budget. Tonight's packet includes a summary of results from our Community Budget Priorities Survey as of March 24th, as well as a summary of all oral and written public testimony on the FY25 budget received as of March 20th, and the written public testimony exhibits themselves. The budget public record will remain open through midnight on April 12th, that's this Friday, so members of the public can continue to provide survey responses and testimony through the end of the week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have one question before we get started. Is there a reason why we could not leave the public comment open until Monday? Only because the way we've divided the budget discussions is general, and now we have operating, but next week we have CIP, and there may be some people who see the agenda packet who have some commentary on CIP. Just wanted to see if there's any technical reason why we could not do that.
There's no reason that we could not keep the public record open through Monday. Would you like it kept open? If
Let me check in with my colleagues and see if they support that. I'm seeing yes.
The only issue I'd say,
Councilmember Van Graff, go ahead.
if we're leaving it open until Monday, that means the final results for our consideration won't be available for our final work session.
So we will have other opportunities. I mean, we have meetings on budget in May as well. So I think if anyone speaks or shares an email after seeing the packet, we could still consider that. But I just wanted to make sure, since people haven't seen specifically the CIP broken down the way the operating budget is, that's why I suggested that we at least allow that to be open. I wanted to get staff's opinion on that.
Again, keeping the public record open through the end of the day Monday is not a problem. Even if we close the public record on Friday, I don't believe we would be able to produce a full report from the survey, at least, by Monday. That might be a challenge. So I don't think that council would have the benefit of having that data right then anyway. So it would be fine if we kept it open longer.
Perfect. With that, I saw the majority that were in favor of this, and if we can, for the public, just knowing that there is another agenda book that was published today. It speaks to the capital improvement plan, and if you have commentary, please feel free to get it in as soon as possible. The earlier the better, but you have until Monday to send us any emails. Okay. With that, we have a nice list of folks who've come forward to speak about and provide input on our budget process and ideas of what they would like to see funded. Our first person, and I'll just note for everyone, because we have a long group here, please pay attention to the clock, which is showing right in front of you, and I will try to call the name by 2 so that the next person knows that they are getting ready to get up. So the first 2 people to speak are Karen Askin from the Cultural Arts Commission. You're speaking on the Commission's behalf. You will have 5 minutes. And Bob Ekman for the Rockville Science Center. So first, can we have Ms. Karen Askin? I saw her earlier. Okay. If maybe someone can just check outside and see if she's available, and then we'll move on to Bob Ekman from the Rockville Science Center. Thank you.
Karen will be here. Good evening, Mayor Ashton and council members. I'm Bob Ekman, and I'm the trustee president of the Rockville Science Center. I'm speaking tonight in support of our request for the city grant of $80,000 in FY25. This is a $20,000 increase over our FY24 grant. In 2023, we lost our makerspace in the library, and we were able to reestablish the makerspace in a vacant Morgard storefront. We've added additional staff to manage that space, and we've been able to maintain and add programs over our FY24 plan. And we've increased our collaboration with neighbors such as Lincoln Park Community Center and Christ Episcopal Church. Our expenses have risen to over $300,000 a year, which includes labor, facility costs, and direct program costs. With this income, we've been able to produce 300,000 engagement hours through our classes, clubs, parties, and out-of-facility events. Our staff is at full capacity. The additional funding, which we really need, would enable us to hire additional instructors and develop new curriculum. We now have 2 facilities to maintain, a storefront, 2,500 square feet, and a makerspace, 1,500 square feet. These facilities allow us to host multiple events at the same time in afternoons, evenings, and on weekends. We engage numerous groups and individuals. We give them opportunity to participate in formal education in science, technology, engineering, and math. I invite you all to visit our facilities at any time and see the magic of our programs for yourself. Thank you for your past and future support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, do we have Karen Askin? Okay. We'll move on to Kristen Kaplan from the Recreation and Parks Advisory Board, followed by Vincent Russo representing TCA or individual. Okay, thank you.
So I'm not Kirsten. She was ill today, so asked me to step in for her. Kirsten is the chairperson of the Rockville Recreation and Park Advisory Board. I'm also a member of that, and we have a memo from Kirsten that I'll want to submit as part of the process, and I'll do a real quick summary of it. We, the Recreation Park Advisory Board, appreciate and support the decisions you have made, the tentative decisions you have made regarding the CIP and operating budget. The additional funding for Rockville Swim and Fitness Center and Recreation Pool, Lincoln Park Community Center, and Redgate Park and Arboretum are all programs that we support, and we're thrilled that you continue to fund those. Recreation and Parks continues to be very, very important to the city of Rockville and its residents. Some examples, just this year, summer camp registrants, almost 6,000 with $1 million of revenue. which shows the people really want the services that you're supporting and providing for them. Community recreation centers receive more than 600,000 visitors each year. And since we've talked about the swim center, more than half of that's the swim center. You're providing a stronger, safer, more resilient city for our residents, and we're really appreciative of what you're doing. We're thankful for the council's continuing support for recreation park facilities, and we again thank you for your hard work and dedication to the community in this area. And that's everything I have to say. This I can give to
Ms. Taylor Farrell.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Russo, followed by Steve Encrack.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Vincent Russo. I live at 1019 DeBeck Drive, and I'd like to speak tonight about the grants to caregiver agencies and community organizations, in particular the one to Peerless, Rockville. We often hear variations of the maxim, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. Well, the proposed FY25 budget values Peerless Rockville more than any other caregiver agency or community organization. The $120,000 proposed for Peerless is 6 times more than the Sunflower Bakery is slated to receive. It's 10 times the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department. The Peerless grant would even eclipse the $109,000 proposed for the Mansfield Caseman Health Clinic, the next largest grant recipient. Between 2015 and 2022, the Peerless grant ranged from roughly $54,000 to $64,000 in most years, but it nearly doubled to $120,000 in FY23 to meet what was supposed to be a temporary need. Fiscal year 25 would be the 3rd year at this level if the proposed budget is adopted. Apart from the outsized support that Peerless receives relative to other worthy organizations, I think this body should reflect on the appropriateness of using city funds to subsidize a land use advocacy organization. Let us be clear that in effect, the city is financing the promotion of the land use and aesthetic preferences of Peerless's members. These preferences almost invariably are biased toward the status quo and seek to exclude new possibilities. Unlike Ready, the city does not appoint the board of Peerless and has no influence over its direction. The Rockville homeowners who spent many thousands of dollars fighting off an unwelcomed historic zoning nomination that Peerless initiated against them, against their will, are certainly unlikely to view Peerless as a benign historical society worthy of taxpayer support. After 50 years, the time has come for Peerless to become financially self-reliant through sponsorships and member contributions. Peerless is free to advocate as it pleases, but its advocacy should not be unfairly advantaged with direct support from Rockville taxpayers. I urge the body to discontinue the grant to Peerless. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Steve Encrack, followed by Ann Hamlin of Community Reach in Montgomery.
Good evening, Mayor Ashton, members of the council. I always enjoy coming to these chambers. It's a special place for me, and tonight is a very special night. I followed your campaigns, and I've followed most of you throughout the elected process and your serving process, and every one of you is a strong proponent for diversity, and tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about diversity. A prior mayor and council appointed a board and commissions task force, and we provided the city in 2019 with a report that was exceptional. But the parts that we can go through without reading the report is the people who served on this task force were amongst the best I've served with, and I've served for the city in a lot of ways for a lot of times. But you can understand the magnitude of this task force when you know the deputy city clerk, the city clerk, the deputy city manager, the deputy city attorney, and the director of communications were all part of the staff that went into this process. And we did a thorough investigation of all the boards and commissions. We did surveys, we did interviews. I represent to you, we had an interview with the chair and staff liaison for every board and commission in the city, and there is no doubt that everyone said, almost everyone, there is a need for greater diversity amongst the boards and commissions in Rockville. In fact, the quote that I went and found today was, "Existing city staff is not enough to provide the needed support and coordination of volunteer activities." Our task force made several recommendations. The Safety Commission, the Education Commission, the Youth Commission, but the most important recommendation that we made was a full-time volunteer coordinator. A full-time volunteer coordinator will provide a better selection process. It will enhance the relationship of boards and commission members with city government. At present, our mayor and council and our boards and commissions do not reflect the diversity of the city of Rockville. We need to get more Asian Americans, more Hispanic Americans, and others involved in our city government. And one of the ways to do this that will clearly and unquestionably work is to hire a full-time volunteer coordinator. Now, let me just tell you, when I said the city before rejected it, they didn't pass it in the first year, second year, or third year, and in the fourth year, with 2 or 3 months, last August, September, a part-time volunteer coordinator was appointed. Diversity in the city is too important. We should have a full-time volunteer coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Ann Hamlin, the Housing Program Director with Community Reach, Montgomery County. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about our housing program, just one of the several programs that REACH offers, and to express our organization's sincere thanks for all that the City Council has done to support us over the past few years. The REACH housing program consists of 2 group homes. One is our Rockland House, located in the Twinbrook neighborhood, and that has capacity for 5 formerly homeless women. And the other, our Jefferson House, is located in the downtown historic district of Rockville and has capacity for 6 formerly homeless men. The residents live in a supportive housing environment whereby they receive regular individual case management to help them develop their life skills, work towards self-sufficiency, and achieve improved mental and physical health. And so I'll just briefly give you some examples of how our housing program benefits individuals. Our newest Rockland, the Women's House resident, is quickly developing ties to her new community by joining the Rockville Senior Center and regularly participating in activities offered there. Another Rockland resident has continued to maintain full-time employment given the stability that her home at Rockland House has provided. At Jefferson House, the newest resident there is finally addressing a number of previously ignored or unmet healthcare needs. And finally, another Jefferson resident, within 2 weeks of moving in, secured full-time employment, finding Jefferson a conveniently located, secure, and comfortable setting for him to gain work experience. And further, we offer a variety of workshops to these men and women, including fitness training, gardening basics, financial literacy, and basic computer skills. And these workshops provide the residents opportunities to engage in new areas of interest. So finally, this program, it's important to Rockville because, as you can see, some of the residents become productive members of the Rockville community as employees and volunteers. And again, we thank you for your generous financial support of REACH's housing program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Cecilia Rojas of Community Reach of Montgomery, and then Andrea Kempner, Community Reach of Montgomery, Managing Director.
Good evening, Mayor Monique Ashton and City Rockville Council members. My name is Cecilia Rojas. I am the Director of the Language Outreach Program, LOP, of community reach of Montgomery County. During these past 30 years, with the city's support, LOP has provided English as a second language, literacy and citizenship classes to adult immigrants. Our students turn to us because they want a better life for themselves and their children. However, to achieve that, they need to be able to communicate. LOP classes serve a basic need in a diverse community such as ours. Our classes are unique as we provide tutoring for the school-age children of our adult students. Children have received care, tutoring, and mentoring from our staff and volunteers. Those first children are now adults. Due to that impact, our program has had of the lives of their parents and families. Those children are giving back to the community by helping the very program that help improve their lives. Children of no English-speaking parents are at a clear disadvantage. Their parents are unable to help them with their homework and able to communicate with the school staff. We are working very closely with the teachers of our children to provide much needed support. We take pride of quality service we provide, working hard to incorporate best teaching practices and standards in all we do. Proof of that quality is that we have adult student retention rate of 70%. Students finish one session and move to the next level. We offer 26 different English classes at 5 different levels, from literacy in English to advanced. If a student reaches the highest level of class, they are eligible for non-credit college courses. For an immigrant, learning English is a long journey. It takes 7 years for a non-English speaker to master the English language. 7 years. Therefore, you all can see that our program retention rate is critical for the graded success of our students. Each class and each level of instruction incorporates life skills that are key to quality of life. The fiscal year 24, we have opportunity to offer English classes at Twinbrook and Lincoln Park Rockville Community Center. We serve 50 city Rockville residents and these two centers. The total number of Rockville residents we serve in the program is 95 adults and children. In our citizenship class, we help students to study for the citizenship test and understand the application process. We also provide individual help with completing the M400 application. Students who pass the test are so proud to become USA citizens because now they can have a voice and vote. The City of Rockville has been a strong supporter of the Language Outreach Program. We truly appreciate the funding and we hope to receive your continued full support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome Andrea Kepner and then Angus Chen.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Ashton and council members. It's great to be here for the first time in front of this esteemed group. My name is Andrea Kempner-Wink. I am the Managing Director of Community Reach of Montgomery County, and if I don't put on my glasses, I won't be able to read to you. I'm here specifically to talk about two of our programs tonight, our Rockville Emergency Assistance Program and our Senior Reach Program. I want to express our deepest thanks for the funding we received from the city in the base budget for our Rockville Emergency Assistance Program and through the Caregiver and Community Grants for our Senior Reach Program. We hope you will choose to continue to fully fund both of these programs, as well as our Mansfield Caseman Health Clinic, Language Outreach Program, which you just heard about, and our housing programs, which you also heard about, for fiscal year 2025. By funding REAP, the city has demonstrated its deep commitment to supporting Rockville residents who are facing evictions, utility disconnections, and prescription assistance needs. and ensuring they have a connection for referrals and information about available human services such as dental and vision care, food, and clothing assistance. One such example of how the city's support of REAP has strongly impacted the lives of our residents. Miss W., a single mother of 4 young children, was recently laid off from work and could not pay her rent. She was about to lose her home, and with it the stability that offers. A bathroom to bathe her children and herself, a kitchen to prepare food, and a quiet place for her children to sleep through the night. REAP was able to provide emergency financial assistance to stop her eviction, which gave her the time to find a new job and receive a paycheck before the rent was again due. Our Senior Reach program has helped more than 80 lower-income Rockville senior citizens continue to live independently in a safe and secure environment. With the city's support, almost 50 seniors have received weekly services of light housekeeping and personal care through home care aides. This fiscal year, our Safe and Secure projects have replaced appliances, repaired and inspected HVAC systems, contracted exterminators, and made plumbing repairs in the homes of over 30 Rockville seniors. 35 residents receive alert systems from us so they can quickly get help if they fall or have a medical emergency. Most of the seniors we serve have been important members of the Rockville community for decades. It is our great pleasure to be able to return to them some of what they previously did for others. REACH and Senior Reach, thank you for funding these services that have offered a better quality of life to 80-plus seniors in our community. As our population ages, the ability to offer these important services becomes increasingly important, and the number and need grows. As of today, there are 10 Rockville seniors who are on our waiting list for services. What keeps them there rather than receiving assistance is the lack of funding. We ask that you continue to provide support to these vulnerable and valuable Rockville residents. No one should be unable to live in a clean environment because their bodies can no longer complete tasks or be without heat when their bank account cannot cover the cost of replacing a furnace. Thank you for supporting Community Reach of Montgomery County. We look forward to our continued partnership in our community.
Thank you. Angus Chen.
Mayor, he spoke during community forum, and we'll add that in for the budget
Perfect.
public hearing.
Thank you very much. I have a number of written comments, and I'll move over to those who signed on today. Kathleen Kleiman. And can she please be provided a mic? After that, we'll hear from Margaret Magner.
Hello again. I'm Kathleen Kleiman, and now I'm representing the Transportation and Mobility Commission. We sent a letter which summarizes all of our thoughts and discussion as a commission and giving you our best advice on the city budget process. We were unable, and it's noted in the letter, to have a final vote on this letter, but we did work together cooperatively for several months to bring this to you. Some of the items in the letter come from our direct experience and our discussions with you as a commission or as a council, and it's become obvious to us that the ADA has been benign neglected for the last couple decades, and we're urging the city to make a firmer commitment through all the processes at your disposal to the ADA. We're also looking at more training for the staff because it seems to me, and it seems to most of us, that there's a low level of understanding and knowledge. And you have resources available. I don't know if you're aware, but for the 15 county, from the 15 state region is the federally funded Mid-Atlantic Technical Assistance Center on the ADA. It's right here in Rockville. It services 15 states, and Rockville doesn't know it's here. And there's all kind of trainings, there's all kind of films and consultants available at no cost right at your fingertips, and there's just seems to be no knowledge that that resource is right here. We're also want to acknowledge that Vision Zero has been a big priority for the city of Rockville. And you went to the extra mile to hire one of the Marvel superheroes to spirit that movement. He needs support. He needs more resources if this is going to continue to be the priority that you named it as. That we've identified certain segments of the budget in its current form that we look at as priorities, and we're hoping that we'll look at that. If there's some cost-saving measures, maybe these will not be on the chopping block. And we really appreciate the opportunity to work with you, and we take our charge in this collaborative effort of the budget very seriously. And on behalf of the entire commission, we want to thank you for that support to us so that we can support you.
Thank you very much. Welcome Margaret Magner, followed by Sarah Bresser.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Margaret Magner, and I'm speaking tonight as a Rockville resident living at 115 Forest Avenue. And I spent too much time behind my dark sunglasses today. I was protected, but I'm still trying to readjust. So, first of all, I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for the hard work on the budget. Just becoming familiar enough with all the detail to testify was challenging, so I really respect and thank you for the work that you're doing. I want to speak tonight about a mission-critical item that deserves to be fully funded, the grant that funds Peerless Rockville as a community grant recipient. I saw in the budget survey results a few comments about eliminating Peerless's funding, and I want to speak to that. Peerless does an excellent job at providing education and programming and stewarding collections of things straight out of Rockville's history. As one example, they're making accessible a collection of oral histories in which older African American residents looked back and talked about what they experienced as young children at the center of Rockville school desegregation in the 1950s. Peerless spearheaded getting the Rockville cottage of Dr. Frida Fromm-Reichman recognized as a National Historic Landmark, showing that Rockville's proud of its women pioneers. Recently, they produced an excellent exhibit, Forging Freedom, about Rockville's past connection to enslavement and to the Underground Railroad. Peerless created Women Who Dared, highlighting 6 Rockville women who challenged societal expectations to achieve great things in our community. These are just a few examples of great programming that they do. There is no profit for Peerless in this work, but thank goodness that they're doing it, because it puts Rockville on the map as a community with a sense of place and a great place to put down roots, not just another Bethesda or Crown. And they're not just doing this work, they're doing it well. They're winning awards and putting Rockville on the map in the DMV and nationally. I think Peerless has unfairly become a scapegoat for things about Rockville that some don't like. There are misunderstandings about Peerless indiscriminately nominating properties for evaluation of significance. The reality is, in the last 7 years, Peerless has nominated 2 properties for evaluation. There is an important opportunity now for the city to complete the proactive preservation plan, a step approved by the previous mayor and council to lay out the ways the city can address historic preservation proactively without leaving community organizations like Peerless having to respond in short order urgency when an unevaluated building goes up for sale or demolition. Peerless provides residents with information about their community's past that they can't find anywhere else and helps Rockville become known to people and businesses as a great place to come. As a woman in Rockville, I'm grateful for the light they shine on the contributions of women in our history and how they raise perspectives that encourage us all to consider the good and the bad in the path of Rockville's evolution and what we want to do about that today. In conclusion, I'd hate for misunderstandings to impact the services and all the good that Peerless provides. Fully funding Peerless Rockville is a huge value and a great investment in Rockville's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Basehart.
Thank
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. How are you all? No one ever asks you how you're doing, right? I'll use a minute of my time. My name's Sarah Basehart, and I serve on the Human Services Advisory Commission as a caregiver representative, and I'm the Executive Director of Community Reach of Montgomery County and Mansfield Caseman Health Clinic. We're a caregiver grantee with deep appreciation to you all and your commitment to supporting human service organizations like ours. As you know, the City of Rockville has a robust grant program for nonprofit organizations serving those in need. Today, more individuals and families need the culturally diverse strength, support, and resources that caregiver grantees provide. Loss of jobs, rising costs of groceries, as well as high fuel prices have stressed already tight budgets, resulting in the greater need for food pantries like Manna, Nourish Now, and So What Else? After the eviction moratorium was lifted, the need for homeless services skyrocketed, making MCCH, Rainbow Place, Interfaith Works, and Stepping Stones emergency shelters more critical than ever. Our local seniors were increasingly isolated during the worst of the pandemic, leaving this frail population to rely on programs like Senior Reach from our organization. Today, affordable housing is nearly non-existent. Still, the Jefferson House, Rockland House, and Hope House provide permanent supportive housing to the most vulnerable citizens in the city. Physical and mental health needs are being met by the Mansfield Caseman Health Clinic, the Chinese Culture and Community Service Center, Korean Community Service Center of Greater Washington, and NAMI, who all play key roles. For Reach and the Caseman Clinic, the City of Rockville support is critical to all of our service areas. I'm not going to repeat, you've already heard about all of them this evening, except the Caseman Clinic, just to remind you that in addition to primary and some specialty care for individuals with no insurance, we provide many medications, vaccines, and support with referrals for important health screenings. So today I asked the Mayor and Council to consider increasing the funding for the caregiver grants. Historically, 0.76 to 0.88% of the general fund has been allocated to caregiver grants. For FY25, it's 0.71% of the general fund budget, which is $774,590 designated for these amazing grants and organizations. I ask that you increase this allocation to 1% of the general fund, which, as many of you know, we've been asking and advocating for many years now. That would increase the amount in FY25 to just about $1 million. This increase would directly impact the lives of economically vulnerable and at-risk singles, children and families, seniors and immigrants in the City of Rockville. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Paul Scott. Do you want to speak again? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Chiquita Sorrell, followed by Barbara H. I can't read the last name. Welcome, Chiquita.
Hi. Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Chiquita Sorrells, and I'm a Peerless Rockville volunteer. And I'm also a member and church historian of the historic Jerusalem Mount Pleasant United Methodist Church, which is located in downtown Rockville. As a Peerless volunteer, I've assisted with research for their Emancipation to Integration program, which was a series of presentations about African American education in Rockville. I've also helped with research for the exhibit Forging Freedom, which covers Rockville's participation in the Underground Railroad. I've also worked with them to conduct African American heritage walking tours. Jerusalem Mount Pleasant has been a venue for several of the educational programs that Peerless has presented. And our church was among those featured in the historic church tour, which gave people an opportunity to see the inside of our church and to learn more about our history. Our church also had the opportunity to serve as a venue for one of the Emancipation to Integration programs and for a presentation that regarding the connection of U.S. colored troops from Rockville to post-Civil War activities that culminated in the observance of Juneteenth. We are currently working on raising funds to restore the historic stained glass windows in the church building, and Peerless is working with us as we plan a major event in June which will serve as a fundraiser and also allow us again to illuminate the church's history. We are a religious building, but we have been involved in much more than religious activities over our history. Working with Peerless has helped to expand exposure to local African American history. Peerless has helped us to preserve and educate about Rockville's history for 50 years. And I hope that the city will continue to fund them so that this knowledge continues to be available. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Ashton and City Council members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify tonight, and congratulations on your elections. By way of introduction, my name is Barbara Haupt, and I am a city resident, and for the last 10 years I've had a business, 14 years actually, I've had a business based here in Rockville. I'm also married to David Levy, who's one of the city former city employees who served the city for 16 years in the Department of Community Planning and Development Services. And David had another commitment tonight, so I'm here representing Team Levy, Team Haupt. So what I want to talk about tonight, and the purpose of my testimony, is to urge each of you, if you're not already doing so, to support a cost of living increase for the city's retirees, those participating in the retirement plan. And as you know, we're still in a very inflationary environment. And without that, you are effectively cutting retirement benefits. And I'd like you to know that our family depends on this. And I'm sure many other families do as well. And I know that you've recognized this in the offering an increase for current employees. And I know at the state and local and national levels across the country, this is being recognized. I think the federal budget has something like a 2.5% increase proposed. For veterans, it's something like 2.5%. So it would be fully in line and in recognition of what the reality of our current economic environment is. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for considering this. And next time I should bring a paper copy because my phone just turned off. And I just want to say I recognize that it's hard to make a balanced budget. You have a lot of competing, needs and demands, and as you heard tonight, so many wonderful things that happen in this community. But a budget is also about priorities. And I am urging you to make the people who have served the city and so diligently for many years recognize that and don't penalize them because of the way the economy is today. So thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to testify to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Lowett, followed by Nancy Picard.
Good evening. I will be brief, which is something my colleagues rarely hear from me. My name is Peter Lowett. I'm the Executive Director of Mobile Medical Care. For over 50 years, Mobile Med our mission has been to improve the lives, improve the health of low-income people who face the greatest barriers to care access. As a community health center, we operate the Rockville Primary Care Clinic at 1500 East Goody Drive. I'd like to thank the mayor and council for maintaining the city's longstanding commitment to its most disadvantaged residents through the caregiver agency grants and, of course, through other budgetary decisions. These grants are critical to organizations like ours, particularly given the very tight labor market and the budgetary pressures that leads to. Mobile Med provides essential primary and preventative care to uninsured individuals. Our services help patients manage their chronic diseases, facilitate early detection and treatment of cancers, address mental health issues, and yes, access vaccines during a pandemic. Primary care is a cost-effective public investment with a positive impact on the quality of life for patients and for the community at large. So I'm here today actually to share some appreciation. We are certainly would be eager to receive the full grant request that we made to the city, but I'd like to say that we are grateful for the recommended funding in the acting city manager's proposed budget and ask for your support. I'd also like to add our appreciation for the commitment and responsiveness of the community services staff, not just because some may be here tonight. We look forward to continuing to work together to address the health needs of vulnerable Rockville residents. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Nancy Picard.
Greetings, Mayor Ashton and members of council. Like others, this is my first time speaking to you all, and welcome and congratulations. It's my pleasure to speak with you this evening. My name is Nancy Picard, and I'm the Executive Director of Peerless Rockville. On behalf of Peerless, I thank Mr. Simoneau and his grants team for the inclusion in the FY25 budget of Peerless as a community grant recipient. While grants to community organizations may make up just a small part of the overall Rockville budget, they are critical to the small partners like us working in the community. Peerless Rockville operates in the realm of public education and research, believing that accessible history education is a public value that too few cities have the resources or the understanding to embrace. As we mark our 50th anniversary this year, we are extremely grateful for continued city support. Like most arts, history, and cultural organizations, we depend on grant funding to directly support educational programming and other community services. As support for education and history is often not the priority, and rightly so, of large foundations and government agencies focused on important social service work. Our organization serves as the only resource of its kind focused on Rockville, serving as a repository of local historical artifacts and information, collecting and with the support of city funds, preserving artifacts and documents that might otherwise be lost to time. Peerless Rockville is committed to highlighting Rockville's underrepresented populations and ensuring that African American and women's histories are always a part of Rockville's story. From placemaking and archival conservation to history research, community events, and heritage tourism, we have successfully carried out our activities with a lean budget and a small staff. We work to make every dollar count. Grant funding from the city allows us to leverage other investments, provide a match to grants, and multiplies donations and business sponsorships. Activities and programs funded by this grant includes public history education and programs such as lectures, walking tours, and volunteer events, much of which is offered free of charge to Rockville residents. Programs series such as Emancipation to Integration, a series exploring the years-long fight by Rockville's Black community to attain educational equality, and our popular Neighborhood series. Online, fixed, and floating exhibits on topics like the Underground Railroad and a soon-to-be-released online exhibit on urban renewal. Also funded is our service to the community, such as our role as a visitor center, providing maps, brochures, and other visitor services, our community library and research center, open free of charge to all visitors, research assistance to the public, city and county governments, students, residents, and researchers of all levels. The grant additionally funds maintenance and professional curation of a community archive. Peerless Rockville holds a large and varied collection of items relevant to history and culture of Rockville, including records from the city of Rockville, local institutions and businesses, personal papers from past mayors and residents, and much more that we make available to researchers and every member of the public. We hold over 10,000 slides and photographs, documents, maps, artifacts, and more, including oral histories. Maintaining this collection and keeping it publicly available takes considerable time and effort. Peerless Rockville is also a faithful partner with city preservation initiatives. We've worked closely with the Planning Department on the Historic Preservation Work Plan and we are listed as a partner on numerous initiatives in this plan, including survey and documentation, and recognition of the city's diversity. We look forward to assisting in these important projects and to being a leader in the coming years as the city, county, and the country prepare to mark 2026, the 250th anniversary of our nation's birth, as well as the founding of Montgomery County. Rich opportunities for Rockville residents to learn and connect with the past that surrounds them. While we support preservation in the community, it is a very small part of what we do. Grant funds are not used for this, and in fact, this is driven by community concerns, not an agenda. The city of Rockville has its own unique history, and Peerless works to celebrate and share this. This is what underpins our work, and your continued support is vital to this. We encourage you to fully fund our FY25 grant so that this important work does not go unfulfilled, and I look forward to working with you all in the future as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes everyone who has signed up in advance for the budget hearing. I wanted to see if anyone else would like to speak. Great, thank you. Well, this concludes our budget hearing. I'll just turn over to, do we have one more person?
We have one more person
Perfect.
virtually online.
Great. Let's see.
My name is Dr. Marian Piano, and I am the Education and Outreach Manager for Peerless Rockville. I am here today to ask you to fully fund Peerless Rockville's community grant. The City of Rockville's community grant allows us to offer free educational programming, including lectures, exhibits, tours, and in-person and virtual events. We have had 17 well-attended events already this fiscal year. I want to give some examples of Peerless educational opportunities that would be unavailable without your support. Lectures, exhibits, and a self-guided tour marking the 150th anniversary of the arrival of the Met branch of the B&O Railroad, the transportation connection which tripled Rockville's population and greatly influenced how the city developed. Peerless Rockville is dedicated to ensuring that our programming features the voices of many different populations, especially those often underrepresented. We highlight Black history and women's history throughout the year. Here are some recent examples. We welcomed a U.S. Park Ranger to present on the U.S. Colored Troops of Montgomery County, while local historian Chiquita Sorrells presented on the U.S. Colored Troops of Rockville at Rockville's oldest historically Black church. We were thrilled with the impressive audience turnout that included local descendants of these brave men. We have also had multiple programs on the Underground Railroad and celebrated Emancipation Day with a walking tour of significant African American sites. We continue to share the story of Frieda from Reichmann, a pioneering female physician and Jewish refugee from Nazi Germany, whose Rockville Cottage was designated the city's first National Historic Landmark for her remarkable contributions to psychiatry. The community grant funds help us share these important stories with hundreds of guests, as well as thousands more who visit our exhibits and access our educational content through our website. Much of our educational content is drawn from our archival collections on the history and culture of Rockville. We have over 10,000 slides and photographs and over 1,000 objects, making 150 linear feet of archival materials. We work towards making these more accessible. We recently digitized 62 cassettes containing oral histories, including remarkable African American speakers sharing stories of their life in Rockville. Maintaining this collection and making its resources available takes considerable time and effort. There are many items which are not yet ready to share, but community grant funding enables us to maintain the collection and work to make it available to the public. Our community grant allows us to deliver quality programming on Rockville's unique history and places and people that make the city a special place to live, visit, or do business in. We look forward to educational events sharing the historical developments that lead to the 250th anniversary of the founding of our nation, to marking Juneteenth with celebrations and lectures at Jerusalem Mount Pleasant United Methodist Church, and many more interesting programs to come. As you consider our grant tonight, I remind you that we are the only source for this kind of history and heritage education in the city, and that your funding makes it available to all of Rockville. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a request to DCO. I know we had a couple sign in today, and then there are two different lists. If we could just make sure we have one combined for the record.
Yes, it gets combined when I send it to transcript, so all of them are combined.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right. Thank you all for your testimony. I just will turn it back to our finance team to see if you have any final remarks and reminders.
No final remarks, except that we will hold the public record open through Monday, April 15th. And so members of the public can certainly send in written testimony up through that time, and they can also complete the survey online.
Thank you. And there are QR codes outside of City Hall, and you can also access on our website if you go to the Rockville budget page. All right. Thank you, everyone who testified. I appreciate all of your commentary. We'll now be moving on to agenda item 10, consent agenda item. I do have a few questions on these, but I want to see if anyone wants to pull anyone in particular, if you're okay to at least open for discussion on all. Is anyone? Councilman Valeri.
Madam Mayor, let me fix my microphone there. Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull the MPDU related items. So that would be items B and C, if I'm not mistaken. Or am I looking at the wrong one? Yeah, sorry, okay, thank you. My coffee is waiting for me out there. To be able to look at it, actually it's C too. To be able to look at our MPDU agreement, this mayor and council has not had an opportunity to perhaps address some of concerns with the program, and perhaps we can make it a little bit more effective for residents in need.
Thank you. Are there any others that folks would like to pull for discussion? Okay. I have one question that I'd like to discuss on the enhanced mobility grant. And so that is item, hold on here. The last one, agenda item G. So perhaps we can entertain a motion for items A, D, E, and F. Councilman Van Grack.
I hereby move that consent agenda items A, D, E, and F be moved for consent agreement by the council.
Thank you. And for the listening public, those are an award to authorize the city manager to exercise an agreement. I won't read every line here, but it's a contract to support emergency services for snow removal. That's item A. Item D is the change orders for contract with environmental quality services that are focused on stormwater management facilities in Northeast Park. We also have the State of Maryland Capital Projects Grant. We're trying to improve access to gender-neutral bathrooms, and this one is for Twinbrook Recreation Center. And we also have the authorization to sign an agreement with Twinbrook Quarter LLC pertaining to the installation of publicly accessible art and private development. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second, Councilman Valeri, thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. Do you mind if I start with the question on the easy one, on G?
Yeah.
Councilmember, okay. All right, so for item G, I don't have much to ponder on here, but I just wanted to make a point for the enhanced mobility. In the staff write-up report, it speaks to improvements at 78 bus stops, and I just wanted to make the point that as we look at improvements on bus stops, that we're also considering the Vision Zero priorities, and in some cases, we may need to adjust the placement of those bus stops to ensure that they're closer to public intersections or lighted or safer crossing. So I know that mayor and council have raised this in the past, and I just wanted to raise it again as we're looking at just this effort overall. And I wanted to turn to the city manager or staff who may have a response on that.
Mr. Woods will respond.
Hi, good evening.
It's low. Go ahead.
So the grant that you're speaking of was for improvements to 78 existing bus stops. Those were primarily physical improvements to the existing bus stops. Some of them were adding benches, adding shelters, making it more aesthetically pleasing in some locations. We do understand that there is an ongoing initiative to study the locations of bus stops. Some of our proposed initiatives in both the pedestrian master plan and the Vision Zero action plan will seek to make that a concerted effort to study those locations, and where we can work with our partners at the county and MCDOT to seek to relocate certain bus stops, we will do so. The grant itself that this particular action was referring to was not intending to relocate any bus stops. But we do recognize that's a priority initiative, and we have several different tasks to study that.
Thank you. Do you know if any of these 78 bus stops are mid-block, crossing? My
No.
concern is spending money on something that we need to adjust later. And so I don't need an answer on that now, but perhaps you could let us know
Sure.
if any of these 78 are on the concern list for making them safe. I just don't want to, maybe nice to sit on, but you may not be able to get to it safely.
Sure, and just so, just for transparency, that portion of the grant is already completed. So all those 78 bus stops have already been, those improvements have already been implemented.
Thank you.
The action that you're taking is just to continue the grant for a little bit further as we finish the other section.
And I know this was a comment that the last mayor and council made before this grant, that work was completed. So is it possible to just get some information to know, are any of those 78 concerns for pedestrian crossing?
Yes, we will compile that list, and we will provide it to the mayor and council. at a
Okay,
future
thank you.
date.
Do one of my colleagues, I want to make sure I'm not the only one. Okay, yeah, you guys? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You have the majority. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve agenda item G. All right. Dr. Miles,
So moved.
do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Jackson. Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll move to agenda items for consent C and B, which relate to the moderate price dwelling unit. I did want to open and say it is exciting to see that we have over 400 townhomes being planned, and that we'll be getting some, I know we heard some comments about the ability to buy homes, that there are many homes coming out of these projects that will afford people opportunities to be able to live in Rockville. And currently, it's the 50 to 80% average median income. So I just wanted to flag what this agenda item is. It's an agreement with those who are developing these townhomes to ensure that we have an understanding of the type of moderate price dwelling units that will be coming to the city, the quantity, and there are a number of other factors related to here. I want to thank the city attorney's office for revamping the moderate price dwelling unit agreement. I know that there have been significant improvements to what we have used in the past. So thank you for that. And with that, I will open the floor to Councilmember Valeri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think you essentially summed it up, but I think that the concern that I had is, this is the first time from this side of the dais to kind of learn more about the MPDU program and to find ways to make it easier and more accessible. I do recall from, I believe it was it the last year of the last term, maybe the second to last, when there was some concern with regards to people's housing stability. And I would love to see an opportunity to look at these agreements, perhaps get ahead of some of those issues that arose. And frankly, with the new mayor and council, there's a new opportunity, I think, to pave the way toward home ownership, maybe make that a little bit stronger, a little bit easier, and then also to provide more opportunities at different income levels. So that was kind of my thinking behind it. I don't want to hold up the creation of MPDUs, but I also don't want to just forge ahead because this is how it had been done by the previous mayor and council. I mean, no offense intended, but maybe there's a thing we can do better. and make it a little bit easier for folks.
Do we have any comments from staff? Okay.
So
The City Attorney
I could
Dawson.
comment on the legal agreements, but as far as the program is concerned and the policies, I'll defer to staff.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Frederica Ganger.
So, is this on? Yeah. So the reason that it's at 50 to 80% is that we look at the wait list and we see what the median income is for the people on the wait list, and we make the MPDU program agreements, try and fit that array of people on the wait list. As far as making MPDUs more accessible, I mean, we've got 1,000 or more than 1,000 coming up. We're considering lowering the threshold from 50 to 20 to make there more MPDUs available. And I don't, that's the two main things we're looking at right now. So we always look at the wait list for what AMIs to do, and we also look at the threshold. Okay.
Thank you. I was planning to bring this up under old new business, but I do think it would be helpful to have an agenda item in the future. So I'll raise it later. There are some things in the comprehensive plan that speak to what staff wanted to do in terms of changes to the Molly Price Dwelling Unit program. And I think it's section 13.5, that there were a range of proposals to update. And so I think it warrants a discussion. I know I can raise that later. That's separate from these agreements. But I know I've sent a couple of questions on this topic. I've heard from some other council members who've expressed interest in this topic generally and broadly speaking. But one of the things I will say now is that because we have so many being created, which is fantastic, we do want to make sure in the agreement it says that there's a priority to Rockville residents. But if we don't have enough Rockville residents on the wait list, then they may not be in line. And so while we have these coming, it would be fantastic to be able to make sure that we are advertising to the rental community, the people, the nonprofit partners, et cetera, others in the community to know, those who live in Rockville, that this is a program, they have to sign up in advance. And so there's some legwork that can be done, the course, I believe there's a course they take as well, so that when these become available, that Rockville residents can be the first to take advantage.
Right, so we are planning on looking at 13.5 to revise it. And also, if there are no Rockville residents available for rental or homeownership MPDUs, then we do reach out to the general community. And we do outreach. We're not doing a whole lot of outreach right now for MPDU sale because we have a wait list of over 400 people. But we do intend to, that's part of our MPDU sale and rental is to reach out to the extended community if there's no Rockville residents. For Rockville residents and people who work in Rockville are a priority.
Thank you. I think the challenge is that when we last looked at the list, or there was an email sent, I'll go back to it, that there weren't as many Rockville residents as non-Rockville residents. So the point I wanted to make is I do think it's worth looking at that ratio and ensuring that more Rockville residents are aware of this program. This is an amazing array of townhomes coming up, and we want to make sure that our residents have first dibs.
Yeah, okay, understood. Thank you.
So I see our city attorney has a comment, and then I'll go to Councilmember Shaw as well.
So just for the rest of the body, how the program works, and the agreement is based on Chapter 13.5, which is the MPDU ordinance. So for the for sale MPDU programs, what happens is if there's a residential development involving 50 or more residential units, then up to 15% of the units for sale in that development must be designated as MPDUs. So when it's time to sell those MPDUs to eligible households, the way the ordinance works and the way the agreement works is there's a priority eligibility list, and again, this comes directly from Chapter 13.5. And the people on that eligibility list will be households with headed by someone who either works or lives in the city of Rockville, households with someone over the age of 55, and those households who are looking for larger apartments, 3 or more bedrooms. So that the first 90 days when the MPDUs are offered for sale, they're offered to eligible households on the priority eligibility list. At the end of the 90 days, if there's still MPDUs remaining for sale, it's open to eligible households from the general public. So that's sort of how it works right now.
Thank you for clarifying. And I know in the past, there have been a lot more outside of Rockville. And so that's why we're trying to make the point of, let's do the education and engagement to make sure we have a solid list of Rockville residents and that they're aware of this program, because I know a lot of people may not be. Councilmember Shaw and then Councilmember Van Grack.
I just wanted to take the moment to thank Mr. Dawson for updating the agreement and making it more equitable and more fair. And then also, when we do have the opportunity to talk about MPDUs, I would like to learn more about the overall need and how much MPDUs are meeting that need of affordable housing.
Councilmember Van Grack. Okay, I saw your light on. Anyone? Okay. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Just to clarify, I know that 2 of us have raised some ideas, and 3 actually. Does the body support our questions? I just want to make sure staff feels like they have direction. I'm seeing nodding heads. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. All right. So the last thing I'll just ask our staff is so I'm not ready to vote yet. Just one more thing. One more thing is I understand some of the MPDU agreements in the past have been a step you have to take before the developer gets the building permit. In the case of these and the one that's coming up, are those waiting on building permits?
The way Chapter 13.5 reads is before the developer can obtain their building permit, the mayor and council and the office of the city attorney has to approve the MPDU program agreement. And that's how it works. There was one exception that was done last November where the developer insisted that they really needed the building permit, even though the program agreement had not been finalized. So that was the one exception that was made where the mayor and council approved a substantial finalized version of the MPDU program agreement so that they could get their building permit. But typically how it works, for instance, with Tower Potomac Woods in front of you, once the MPDU program agreement has been negotiated and approved by mayor and council, that's when they can, well, there are other things they have to do to get the building permit, but as far as 13.5 is concerned, they'll be able to get the building permit, at least comply with 13.5.
Thank you. And I know that all of us have talked about just making sure we look at the time of how long things take. So now that the agreement is set and we have an updated template, I imagine it should be coming more quickly in the future.
Well, so again, it isn't just a matter of sort of add water and there it is. Part of it is the information that has to come from the developer. So although developers might complain about, oh, this is taking for so long, for instance, there's one developer who insists that they should have their MPDU agreement, yet they don't own the property yet. And so I know sometimes developers will approach members of mayor and council complaining about the timing, but I would always encourage you to speak with staff and speak with my office to find out exactly what's happening.
Great, and I see Mr. Semino.
And Madam Mayor, I've had several meetings with housing staff, and we've talked about the whole DRC process and how they plug in. They're writing an SOP now so they can make sure that they're informing developers of those steps and what it takes to get there, so they know all this well ahead of time, so they won't come to us at the very last minute and say what Mr. Dawson just said. They'll have known this well ahead of time, and we're on track to get something together there. We understand all this now, and we're giving them warnings in the beginning, for example, like owning the property, et cetera. So I think we will have a coordinated effort here, given these new agreements and HCD staff, and I think everything will start working a little better along there. At least we'll inform the developers more in advance.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Any comments? All right. Now we need to approve. Motion to approve. We have agenda item B and C. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda items 10B and 10C.
Thank you. Second? Councilmember Shaw has seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. I saw my colleagues motioning for that, so if we could have a 10-minute break, is that 10? Perfect. We'll come back and convene for our 2025 budget work session. Thank you very much. Good evening and welcome back to meeting number 724. Today is April 8th, 2024. We're now moving on to our budget session for the fiscal year 2025. With that, I'll turn it over to our esteemed finance leads to give us a quick presentation, and I know you're going to set up how we're going to run this portion. Thank you.
Yes. Madam Mayor, members of the council, we've prepared a presentation for tonight's work session that covers operating expenditures in the FY 2025 operating budget. This presentation will cover citywide operating expenditures, and then we will have the opportunity to hear from each department director as they cover their budget and outlook for the year ahead. The presentation will also include a review of grant awards reflected in the proposed budget. I will provide the mayor and council with a set of recommended adjustments to the operating budget, and we will touch on the remaining opportunities for public input and plans for the final budget work session. So let's dive in and take a look at the city's major operating expenditures for FY 2025. The FY 2025 proposed operating budget includes expenditures of $166.1 million across all funds. The pie chart displayed shows expenditures by category. Personnel makes up 48% of the FY 2025 operating expenditures. This category of expenditures consists of regular employee wages, temporary employee wages, overtime, and benefits. This is followed by the other category, which makes up 27% of the budget. This category primarily consists of transfers to other funds, including the CIP transfer, administrative expenses, depreciation, debt service payments, community organization and caregiver agency grants, vehicle and equipment leases, and other subscription-based expenses. The operating category represents 21% of the expenditures budget and includes contractual services and commodities. Lastly, the capital outlay category makes up 4% of the expenditure budget and includes vehicle replacements and a relatively new SPITA inception expenditure, which is reflective of the latest GASB requirements for state and local governments. Moving on to personnel and staffing, the proposed budget includes a 2% cost of living adjustment, steps or performance-based increments for all employees, and the net addition of 15.1 regular full-time equivalent positions across all funds. That's a 1.9% increase in staffing levels overall. The FY 2025 budget also provides a new police specialty pay differential for Rockville police officers. A summary of the 15.1 positions is shown here on this slide. The new positions specifically provide capacity to support city boards, commissions, and task forces, to enhance plan review services in support of more streamlined economic development, and provide added resources to manage the growth in the city for both disbursement volume and IT help desk support needs. The new positions also provide capacity that will enhance Vision Zero master plan initiatives, ensure compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act, and promote equitable access to city programs, and expand services at Rockville's Montrose Discovery Preschool. Among the added positions, 3 FTEs were previously unfunded and are recommended to be restored. The updated tax duplication payment from Montgomery County will provide resources for the 6 police officer positions, which are also included in the position totals. Citywide expenditures by department are shown here in this chart. Here we can see that apart from the non-departmental expenses, the operating departments with the largest expenditure budgets are Public Works, Recreation and Parks, and Police. Non-departmental expenditures are obligations that are not directly attributable to one particular department or activity and may be considered overhead costs. Major items in this category include citywide insurance policies, contingency accounts, bond counsel and debt issuance costs, transfers to other funds, debt service payments, depreciation, and other accounting items. Now we will provide a closer look at each department's FY 2025 operating budget. I will cover the Mayor and Council Department and the Office of the City Attorney, and then each director will come before you and share information on their proposed budget, the outlook for the year ahead, and any major changes to their budget. We will take time to allow for questions after each department presents. And we are going in the order of the budget document, which means that our largest departments are towards the end. So first, starting with mayor and council.
Can I just pause 1 second?
Sure.
So just for my colleagues, you're going to present the department,
Yes.
and then we'll pause for questions.
That's correct.
And then we'll move on to the next department, just so people can organize their questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the mayor and council department has a FY 2025 outlook and FY 2025 major changes displayed here. Among the things included in the outlook for FY 2025 includes facilitating equity and ADA compliance training for all boards, commissions, task forces, and volunteers. Also implementing Open Meetings Act training for boards and commissions. In addition, the outlook for FY 2025 includes reviewing and updating the records retention policy for the Office of the City Clerk and Director of Council Operations. The major changes to the budget include the conversion of a 0.5 FTE boards and commissions coordinator to a full 1.0 full-time position. In addition, removing one-time funding attributable to the prior year's election is also considered a major change for the department's budget. And this slide just summarizes the budget and the FTEs for the mayor and council department. Are there any questions for Ms. Farrell?
Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Valeri.
My question is around, I understand exactly why, the removing the one-time election funding. That totally makes sense to me. I'm curious, though, because some of the work that is done as part of that also includes things that are ongoing in between election years. So I'm thinking, for instance, like ongoing voter registration efforts, and anything else. I know that we do want to look at some other aspects, get ready for the next election year. So I guess basically, do we have to completely remove all of it? Are we looking at the majority of it, holding back some for some ongoing efforts?
Those efforts are outreach, and I usually cover those outreach engagements through our program supplies if needed, and also through events with city manager's office, JEDI, or communications. So we cover it in that way. I also wanted to clarify the review and updates of the records retention policy. That's not just for the city clerk, director, accounts operations, for the city across the board, because there are record retentions that we haven't updated since 1995, maybe 96, and I think there's only 2 departments, which is IT and police department, that have updated their records retentions. That needs to go through the state of Maryland for approval. So it's going to be a citywide across departments. So I'll be reaching out to everybody.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Can I follow up briefly on the records retention? So in addition to developing a policy, we have things on microfiche and a lot of history. So my question is, does the budget cover digitizing that work or updated digitizing?
No, not yet. I think we need to go through the records retention policy, updating that first, and then moving to that Part 2 module, which probably will be maybe next budget or the following. It's going to take some time.
So we'll get the policy done in FY25, and then we'll move to implementing recommendations from that policy in FY26.
Right, because right now we have a records retention that we have an outside agency that's cataloging all of that for us right now, but they have cataloged it where we can go in and at least look at what they have of the city's records and all, but the microfiche and all that, it's going to take some time.
Okay, thank you. I just know that sometimes those things age and fade, so.
Yes, that's why we're trying to keep as current as we can with our in-house scanning of our contracts and deeds, MOUs, ordinances, and resolutions with our SharePoint.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question about the full-time equivalent, the boards and commissions coordinator. So we heard earlier about the boards and commissions task force and the volunteer coordinator. I just wondered if you could flesh out a little bit how it's similar or how it's dissimilar from I guess the vision that the boards and commissions task force had.
That job is originally, the job description is out of the Boards and Commissions Task Force, so that person would be doing all those duties and responsibilities. And I'll be glad to send you a copy of the job description.
I'm raising my hand, actually. To the point of my colleague, Councilmember Jackson, I recall that your office did a fantastic work plan, if you will, as a follow-up to the Boards and Commissions Task Force. I personally fully support the volunteer coordinator. Having worked on boards and commissions, I know there's a lot more that we could be doing on outreach and follow-up and coordination. Sometimes I'm stepping in to help there, and I just want to recognize the volume of work it causes your team, as well as the staff liaison. So I'm looking forward to, and I hope we can move to support the additional 0.5, so we have a whole person doing that work. And with that said, I think our volunteers would appreciate it because it's more engagement for them. We have so many volunteers with a high level of expertise that are helping the city, and I think it'll just do better by both the mayor and council as well as those volunteers. My question is, from your work plan, is there anything else that is missing, outstanding? Because there were a number of things that we haven't quite been able to get to yet because of staffing. So I just wanted to understand, are we planning to get to the rest of those items? Because I looked at the look ahead for FY25. I recognize that some of that stuff may bleed into FY26. So just want to make sure we're thinking about the big picture of what your work plan was, and I think it would be good just to resend it to our council so that we have a refresh on that.
Sure. That's why we have it in modules. The first thing is to get together those chairs and the staff liaisons of each of these boards and commissions so they can understand their role with the newly policies and procedures, which I think there's going to be some updating to that will come before the mayor and council as well before we start training on that. So I will start that the first quarter.
Wonderful. And if you can send the work plan that you did, it was
Sure.
part of an agenda item, but it was really good.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for DCO? Okay. Back to you.
Now we'll move on to the Office of the City Attorney. Included, yes.
I'm sorry, one more thing. Election code is something that I know that might be on the forecast for review. I just wanted to mention that.
Yes, so that will come June 3rd. The Board of Supervisors of Elections will present their election report to you, and in that report will be recommendations for the mayor and council to provide direction for staff to move forward on those.
Thank you. And one question to my colleague liaison of Rockville Sister City. I know there was talk about a trip, but I think that may be moving. Usually we have to budget ahead for that, so just wanted to see if you have any
Yeah,
updates.
my understanding is there still is going to be a trip. The question is whether the degree to which we're going to need mayor and council to attend as well.
So in the past, mayor and council, during the budget season, put aside funds for that. So I
Right, a
just wanted to
one-time
follow.
fund fee
Yeah.
for mayor and council to attend a trip.
Is that not included in the current budget?
No.
No, we have not heard the cost of anything, but I'll talk to the city manager and finance regarding that.
Yeah, and if you could touch base with Mr. Hill, my understanding is there is
Okay.
even a budget with regard to getting a group of Rockville residents over as well. And so to the extent we can actually get members of the mayor and council, it would probably be appreciated by Penniburn.
Okay, I'll speak to David Hill about that.
Thank you. That's it for me on this. Back to you.
Okay, circling back to the Office of the City Attorney, included in the FY 2025 Outlook are providing continued legal advice to support the city's comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance rewrite. In addition, to provide legal advice and support for revisions to the city's Human Resources Orientation Manual. There was additional funding provided in the Office of the City Attorney's budget for outside legal services, and that was the only major change. This chart displayed shows the FY 2025 proposed budget with a comparison to the FY 2024 adopted budget, as well as the staffing levels for the department. And if there are any questions, I would address them to Mr. Dawson.
Any questions? Councilmember Larry.
I'm going to continue a theme. Does the city attorney's office expect, if we go back to the slide on the one right before this, yes. As far as the 25 outlook, if we're getting the election code proposed edits per the BSC, do you include that in your 2025 outlook? Do you see that as more of a long-term project? I just want to make sure that's captured, because I know, I presume that you guys will be pulled into that.
Right, so it really depends on the direction that we receive from mayor and council. So for instance, I know we spoke about changes, perhaps certain changes to Chapter 8 of the city code. And I know that the BSC will be making their recommendations, but ultimately it's going to be up to mayor and council to decide how you all want to shape elections moving forward. And depending on how extensive of changes you all want, we probably will go out and hire outside legal counsel with a certain expertise to assist our office in the body with how you want to move forward. So it just really depends. In terms of planning forward, because we don't really know what we're working on day to day, because it just depends on what comes through the door, it's really hard to plan, but that's why we just sort of have money set aside for outside legal counsel. And so in this budget, we did request an additional $20,000. I think our outside legal counsel budget is $60,000. And then we were recommended for 10, so we should be fine.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I wanted to, along that vein, we know that there's likely to be some changes for election code. Are there any other major sections that, I guess have you thought about that there may be other code changes that have to be reviewed, or I know, for example, the ethics section we talked about is one area that we have to do a lot of work on. Maybe some of that's happening in-house, but just want to make sure that your outside counsel budget is enough.
Right, so most of it we will not use outside counsel for. For instance, I know there'll be changes made to the Chapter 5 of the building code, the force provision. So we typically use our in-house attorneys to work with staff in terms of making changes to either existing ordinances or chapters in the city code.
Thank you. Councilmember Van Grack.
And I just want to clarify, so this outside counsel additional budget that we're talking about changes is because of potential use of outside counsel with regard to certain sections of a rewrite, for example, Chapter 8 and Chapter 5.
So the outside legal counsel budget is just for us to obtain outside legal counsel if we don't have expertise in-house. And so that's simply an example of.
Oh, no, I just want to clarify, because I understand that you're asking for an addition.
Oh, so no, the additional 10 wasn't because of that particular, it was because that amount hasn't gone up in years, but lawyers continue to raise their hourly rates.
Gotcha. Okay, that was my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know something about that.
No comment.
Any other questions from my colleagues on this section? All right, thank you.
At this time, I will turn this over to Mr. Matite to discuss the city manager's office budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city manager's office, as you all know, under the CMO, we do have divisions and departments that include procurement, PIO, JEDI, emergency management, intergovernmental affairs, and also the newly created office last year, the arts, culture, and history office as well. So our 2025 outlook, there's a few projects that we've mentioned that include the city launched to redesign the city website and a new mobile app. We do also plan to administer this the community-wide survey. The last one that we did was in 2018. There's also the conversation that we've shared with you all about the Envisio, which will be used as a project tracking system with public-facing dashboard. We do also plan to implement and train staff on the new citywide equity tool that's in the works, that's being led by the JEDI team. We're also going to implement a new ERP procurement module, including vendor self-service and solicitation components as well. Some of the 2025 changes that we've included here include additional ongoing operational cost impacts for the EOC as 6 staff court, and also transferring the public arts program that used to be in Rec and Park now to the CMO. The two programs that are transferred are the Arts in Culture, Arts in Public Architecture and Arts in Public Places. And also there's additional funding for 0.5 temp FTE in procurement. So those are the changes that we'd like to highlight that's included in the PowerPoint. And then next slide highlights the overall changes.
Are there any
Councilmember Shaw?
questions for CMO?
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Could you share some more details on implementing and training staff on the new citywide equity tool and some timing around that as well?
We do have staff who can be able to respond to that, but right now we have ongoing, we're finalizing our JEDI work plan that we'll share with Mayor and Council, and that has the specific outline of the tools that we've been working on as a team, but also with the with the equity champions that will be rolled out as well. That is going to be included in the work plan that will be shared with you. If not later this week, I believe. Yes, later this week.
Thank you. So I know that the outline or the timeline is going to be shared with us this week. Thank you for clarifying that on JEDI. I just want to ensure that actually in the budget book that we are noting some of the plans that are expected to either be initiated in FY25 and specifically call those out. I was just looking through the project sheets, from the early 100s through the rest of that section, just to make sure that we're being very clear on what we are going to do. So I just wanted to see if you can look at it from those lenses to make sure that we're documenting the plans that we're going to create. So that would be JEDI. I know that some of that will happen in FY24, but I imagine that that's going to be a big part of FY25 as well.
We are proposing outside consultant to help with the JEDI plan in 25. It is not in the proposed budget. It's coming out in the timeline, and we imagine the mayor and council will probably give direction, and we'll have to find funding for that.
Okay, so I think it's important that we document when the budget book is updated, those things that we said we are committed to. And I've heard my colleagues speak quite often about the JEDI plan, the community outreach plan, just making sure that the deliverables and the KPIs are outlined.
I believe the community outreach and engagement was part of your initiative effort, and I thought the JEDI plan was also. So we'll take that and make sure we put whatever comes out of that into the budget, not just for referencing the focus areas, but also whatever we think is going to be executed on that plan in 25.
Perfect, thank you. That's one of the one. Okay, so I that would be great if we can see that updated in writing. I would have greatly appreciated that. The other thing related to things that are not quite in here, but I'm not sure where they are. I know that we got an update following a question on the branding, that it was going through contracts and legal. But I didn't see anything in the budget about branding. I know there's a question that you all responded to. I know that perhaps you can't tell all the big items, but one area that I thought was critical is, the area and branding around town center. And I just want to understand how will we be looking at budget for that. I think my colleagues have all opined on the importance of supporting the town center master plan, but also the visibility of town center. That is a critical thing that I've heard my colleagues say is a priority. So I didn't see it named anywhere here, and I just want to understand how that will be considered budget-wise.
Yeah, we do not have implementation of branding around town center in the budget. We will have to take that up with the mayor and council once branding is approved and talk through what would be the initial plan, and we'll have to find funding for that. I'm suspecting after Barack Matite and I looked at Google Maps this morning, I'm not sure that's going to be a significant budget item that we can't handle in FY25 when we get to that point.
Thank you. And because the budget book speaks to our values and the things we care about, I do think it's worth mentioning in the final budget document. I just want to see what my colleagues think about that. I'm seeing all shaking heads. I just want to make sure that you all have clear direction from us. Councilmember Jackson, and then Councilmember Valeri, then Councilmember Fulton.
Thank you, Mayor. So if you could, tell me a little bit more about the transfer of public art programs from recreations and parks to the city manager's office. Like, why and what does it entail?
So when the office was created, about a year and a half ago, the position itself, because of its strategic importance, was placed within the city manager's office. So that program oversees certain programs that were in rec and parks. So during the budget process, when we created the position and the individual was hired, well, we had to move the programs that position would oversee that were within the rec and park department to be moved over to the city manager's office, because now that position will be overseeing not only those two programs, but all the other programs, but to be able to provide the strategic direction how the city would move forward when it comes to arts and culture and history for the city. So that's why we moved those two programs over to the city manager's office. Previously, they were within the rec and park department.
Okay, so Councilmember Kate Fulton is going to go next because she has a follow-up to Councilmember Jackson's question on that.
Thank you. It's very brief. That was my first question. My second one is I tried to follow the money as it moved from one division to another. Am I right to conclude that it is an increase in budget for arts and public architecture, in public spaces and architecture, about $16,000?
So it's important to that is correct.
Okay.
But it's important to note that the art and public architecture and art and public places programs sit within a special activities fund. It's not a general fund program, and so it's not. It has its own set of reserves and funding, and in fact, it's tied to the city's investment in art, and oftentimes the program uses reserves that is carrying over from one year to the next for those specific purposes.
No, I'm good with that. I just wanted to make sure that I was right, that it is going, it's like, again, talking about reflecting our values, like we care about those things. It's not a decrease as it moves, it's actually going up.
That's correct.
Yeah. And just to follow on Councilmember Fulton and your commentary, so I know that as we develop recreation facilities or do upgrades, there's a specific formula that's tied to if we spend this amount of money on any facility in the Rockville, then there is a percentage that goes directly to art in public places. So if we're doing more at a facility, then there'll be more money coming for art in that given year.
That's correct. In the FY24 budget, the current year budget, there was significant appropriations for those large capital projects, things like the pool, Lincoln Park Community Center. And because of those capital expenditures, there was a proportional addition to those programs.
That makes sense. Thank you. Councilmember Valeri.
I was like waiting for another add-on on that because I'm going to go in a completely different direction. So I want to take us back to the Community Engagement Division. When we had the discussion about community engagement and outreach, several of us, myself included, were interested in ramping back up the number of staff that could be engaged in community engagement. We have all, real quickly, we have all these great programs. If nobody knows about them, then we don't really have the great programs, right? So I didn't see it. Granted, this was a discussion that we had fairly recently, so I can appreciate that it wouldn't be in the draft as it is. Going forward, is this something, Madam Mayor, that if we wanted to possibly include it, again, I was thinking of, my colleagues can weigh in too, I was thinking of a slow ramping up, so it wouldn't just be like, here's 5 people, Is this something to discuss now? Is this something that we want to do a straw poll? I'm not quite sure, but I do know that I don't want it to be lost that, this is part of what's important as a part of a strategic vision for us.
I'll just note that it is our budget, so working with the city manager's office and finance to reflect what we want to adjust and change, and then they go back and work magic to shift things around. So that is just in general on all these things. We can share those ideas and they can make adjustments. I also asked about this question directly to the city manager, and I think it will be helpful to my colleagues to hear what you were proposing on this.
It is staff's recommendation that we go through the outreach and engagement strategic planning process to see what the mayor and council desire to have in a plan and put the requirements down. And then as part of that plan, the staffing and funding needed to implement it will come forward with it, and then we can implement the resources for the plan in addition at the same time that you're approving the what is going to be done with the people. So we want to match the resources with what the requirements are, and that plan will do that. Otherwise, we would be hiring people without really knowing what skill and what we want them to do. And we want to make sure that comes out clear in that document, so we have a plan plus a staffing to match it.
On that note, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Valeri, and then I see Mr. Matute.
I will get used to that, I swear. On that note, though, if we want to bring in the expertise, and it is a very specific skill set expertise, right? That may be a beginning position of one person with that strong skill set to help develop the plan. Because again, if it is important to us as mayor and council, I know I value it. I would think that bringing on a professional who has that background may be helpful. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I can see what you're saying. Conversely, without a dedicated, this is all this person, I'm not finding my words this evening. I just think that we could bring on a full-time staff person that could also help to develop the plan further.
I just wanted to also add to that question. We have all talked about the walk-in town meetings and town halls, and that's something we want to do in FY24 and 25. Do we have the staffing to support that? Because that's something we know we all want to do.
Yes, we do. We have a interim plan that is being prepared as we speak. We should have that to the mayor and council within a couple weeks, and we believe we have the staffing to execute that interim plan now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jackson and Councilmember Fulton.
Just a quick follow-up. And so we're talking about the walking town halls and town halls.
Yes.
Okay.
Both. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Fulton.
Largely, I'm going to ditto my colleague to the right, but yes, we need a plan. We also need to do the work. And part of the plan, I think we all have said, is just more of what we're already doing with the limited staff, right? And to Councilmember Valeri's point, we should bring somebody on because it takes 6 months to bring somebody on, right? So why build in a delay of waiting for a plan that we could use their expertise to fill out and then spend 6 months hiring? So I just want to add, if there is room, if we can, I agree. One of the things that this body has collectively said over and over and over again that we want to do more and better of is that kind of engagement. And so my thought is that the budget should reflect that.
I saw your Councilman Van Grack and then Councilman Shaw.
I mean, I'm fine continuing on this topic. I had another issue.
Is yours a separate issue? Okay.
Yeah, so.
All right, Councilman Shaw, is yours related to this topic? Please proceed.
So I do agree with also bringing someone in. I do think it is important for us to go through the plan, to kind of take a little bit of a step back, think about our goals. I like the things that we're doing, but we also need to do things in different ways to ensure that we're getting different community members at the table. And so I definitely agree with bringing someone in, but at the same time, I would like to spend some time going through some high-level planning for that person, just so we have some clear requirements in what we're looking for with that consultant.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Yeah, so I agree with what my colleagues have said, but I go back to the budget and the fact that it's money resources. So I would encourage staff to actually look at the staff that we have available and see if we can't repurpose staff or redo their job
descriptions.
Thank you. Yes, I'm blanking. Rather than hiring from outside, looking internally first. So I agree that we need to do more in the area of engagement, but maybe we shouldn't be looking to hire externally first before we look internally.
Mr. Matite.
So I just wanted to, provide some clarity as far as where we are with the engagement, following the presentation that, Kathy, and I and Harmon provided as far as what we're doing. So from that presentation, we shared with Mayor and Council that we're going to develop in details the interim engagement plan that we shared with you all. So that's in the works right now, and that will take a comprehensive look of what we're doing, what are some of those things that we can be able to add to it, and then look at the capacity that will be needed, if any, for us to execute all those things that we're already doing. And then in the meantime, start to look at what's that comprehensive approach for the whole city, and that's where we talked about we may need to be able to bring in a consultant to develop the comprehensive citywide, outreach and engagement plan, and then we'd be able to proceed to hire someone. And I think within that time, our internal conversation and what we were looking at is to look at where will they fit, which department, which division, how well will they be able to integrate with what we're doing right now. If it's the goal of Mayor Council, and what I'm hearing is, let's bring in that individual right now before we develop the plan. We can be able to do that, but we'll have to have at least some more in-depth conversation about what that will entail. But if the conversation is wait until we do the plan, that we can be able to do that, and that's what our approach was. When we provided the interim plan that we shared with you all, and then providing some details on that, and then being able to go out to, retain a consultant to do the community-wide outreach engagement.
Thank you. Councilmember Fulton.
Just a point of clarification. When I think, I might have misspoke. I don't mean we should hire now. I mean we should put it in the budget because that enables us to hire in FY 2025. Yeah. Right? So unless I'm missing how this works, like it's a annual plan. So by putting it in the budget, we're not saying we're going to hire next month. We're saying it's going to be part of what happens as we execute the budget in 25. Yeah. So that's the nuance I want to be clear on. It's not now. We can still do what Councilmember Shaw said by do some planning and then bring the person on. We could also do what Councilmember Jackson said, find if we've got internal talent. Just to be clear on what the ask was.
Yeah. Councilmember Fulton, I would just suggest that perhaps the mayor and council could consider adding a position with a mid-year budget amendment. So maybe once that plan is developed and we've done an assessment and evaluation of internal resources, if it's then determined that additional staffing is needed, we might be able to tackle that with a budget amendment instead of throwing it in at a earlier stage without maybe taking that internal look first.
Thank you. I was going to just share that potential technique as well. But I do want to just note that I think there is a strong desire to do more outreach and to do it well. And I will say some of us feel concerned that we may be putting a lot of extra work on staff, the current staff we have, because it is spring, right? And we don't have the walking town meeting scheduled. We don't have the town hall scheduled. So we recognize that you all have so much to do, and we just want to be realistic. So we just need you to tell us, is it realistic that we're going to have these things this spring? Because I know we've signaled it, and we've all said we want it. And if not, then do we need more resource sooner than later to go beyond and really ramp up in FY25 on that particular topic?
Yeah, and I think that's what the goal for this interim engagement plan will be. Once we flesh all those details in there, we'll be able to determine, do we need more resources? It might be, temporary help, part-time FTE here and there to be able to execute that. I think until we have that and discuss that internally, we can't be able to say, we need this position right now. But I think we will need additional resources for sure. Right now, we're just trying to put in the details to see how much work goes into it, and then we'll come back before Mayor and Council to be able to request additional FTE as needed, if we can be able to do with the budget capacity that we have.
Thank you. And I just wanted to share a suggestion for consideration. I know that you have a PIO and JEDI team and CMO working on this. One other team that I have noticed that's doing a good job of reaching folks that are not necessarily tied specifically to community associations that are already existing infrastructures is the Villages work. And so I think that will be an important part to fold into the thinking and planning, specifically going into areas like Town Center and meeting with residents, going into 270 West, where there are not established associations. I think there are gaps like that we're trying to address. Councilman Valeri.
I just wanted to clarify as well that when we had this discussion, that we understood that communications and the PIO office is an important part of this, but it's in connection to outreach and engagement, which as of right now, we do not have dedicated city staff for. If I'm wrong, please let me know. So I just want to make sure that whatever interim that we're not looking at adding on to, the PIO office plate, like you were saying, like everybody's very, very busy, right? So I think that was my thinking as well, that, as it stands right now, we've had people identified from each department that engage in it. However, to be thoughtful and to not just add on, to everybody's already really full plates. I really wanted that to be considered for FY25. But as I appreciate the explanation on how that could be resolved, I just want to make sure that it happens sooner rather than later.
Councilman Van Grack, I know you had a topic for CMO that was separate from community outreach.
Thanks. Moving along, I know that within the Administration and Community Engagement Division is the Rockville Economic Development, Inc. And I want to ask questions because I know that this body has prioritized economic development in Rockville. And, the $1.4 million we're proposing, I want to talk to the city manager's office with regard to that. I know, and I appreciate Ms. Francisco and the finance department's putting forward my question of some of the breakdowns of some of the proposed past year expenditures and the upcoming proposed expenditures. And I want to follow up with the city manager's office as far as number one, I understand from at least the proposals that are going forward that there is not going to be any business or entity-specific grants, like there maybe has been in the past, such as to Dawson's, and that I know that this body has talked about making sure that the Small Business Impact Fund grants are being dispersed to city-wide small businesses. And I just want to kind of confirm with the city manager's office, because I know the finance department put forward that breakdown. I just want to confirm that that's also the understanding of the city manager's office with regard to that portion of the $1.4 million.
That is correct. The mayor and I sit on that board. They are updating their, or they have updated their procedures, and there is a maximum, I think it's $20,000 per awardee to prevent giving a large grant to one. I'll get that detail to you, but I know they have put in place a check to make sure that doesn't happen again.
And just to clarify also that there is policies, and I know when Reddy came to here, they said this as well. I just want to confirm that that's at least available and going to be looked at through all aspects of the city, and that any business and any entity all throughout the city has equal access to those funds.
I can speak to that, yeah. So those were some policy changes made to the SBIF, I think in the last 2 years or so, to make sure that we're expanding to all businesses. For example, I know that King Farm has gotten some funds. They've been doing some in Twin Brook, but that is an issue that we have heard from the community that we actually also brought to Reddy, and they made that change. The other change they made is the incentive funds for net new businesses were focused on only commercial office space, and that has also changed because there are other types of businesses that we're trying to attract in the city, so that was an adjustment made. In terms of Dawson's, the last council gave the final amount to Dawson's, and that was $100K with the goal of a 5-year lease agreement, which I understand, and following up with Reddy, they have signed a 5-year lease agreement. So there is nothing in this budget, because that was from the last budget, that is allocated. That's my city manager. Do you have
Yes,
anything to add there?
and we will get a copy of their grant rules, procedures. To be clear, this is the mayor and council's money. And if the mayor and council want to put strings on the money, the mayor and council can put strings on the money. So I suggest we share that document with you. From what I've heard in the short time I've been on the board, I believe they have in place what we're looking for that will satisfy you. But if not, we can always move forward next year and say, we need some different rules and strings put on this money because it's being given by the mayor and council.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Councilman Valeri.
I'm looking at all the areas under the Administration and Community Engagement Division. I know that, I vaguely recall you explaining to us the opioid settlement fund and how it was hard for me to tell. Have we, is it something we need to determine how those funds could be used? Is that something that we as a body could make the decision? Is it already accounted for? I just realized it's like $15,000 that's kind of just hanging out, and I think we could do some good stuff with it.
So the opioid settlement funds are legally restricted for specific purposes. What you'll see in the current budget is that that funding is being set aside for the Rockville Goes Purple activities. The opioid settlement fund is also considered a special activities fund because it is legally restricted in nature.
Yeah, and I guess that makes sense. I guess without knowing the budget of Rockville Goes Purple, it's hard to determine, because I'm thinking of some of the organizations that do the work, and would that be an allowable, I presume it would be an allowable use of those funds to help promote, essentially Rockville Goes Purple activities throughout the city. So that's what I'm trying to get a sense of, like, is there something else that we could be doing very positively in the community with that money?
I can tell you that in FY 2024, some of that funding is being used for the needs assessment that's being managed by HCD. And there are a set of rules and restrictions that I have not committed to memory, but there are potentially other opportunities to use those funds as they come in. But it is also important to note that those funds are trickling in slowly. We don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars set aside. We're getting it a little at a time. Sometimes $50,000 or $60,000 payments come in, and we don't actually have a full schedule to know the exact timing of those as they trickle in.
I do remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's nice to hear that you're also thinking about HCD as an ongoing support for Rockville Goes Purple. So thank you for clarifying that. I have a couple of questions regarding performance measures and operating, if that's okay to chat through. On page 116, the MPIA, I know that we were shooting for 98% in FY24. I'm not sure that is going to be hit, but I know that you're getting a software to help improve that. So do we feel like we're going to be adequately resourced on that to make sure that we're, by FY25, hitting the 98%?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. The other, on page 117, there is a discussion on the economic development, recruit, retain, and grow businesses in the city of Rockville. Number of underserved community businesses assisted. I just thought that the number for Montgomery County and City of Rockville could be potentially increased there. I note that there is a small increase, but on the City of Rockville side, it stays at 75 versus the Montgomery County goes from 200 to 250. So I was wondering if there could be some balance there to have that increase go to the City of Rockville's specific performance measures.
This information comes directly from Ready. These aren't the measures as identified by staff. These aren't our internally developed targets. They came from Ready.
Perfect, but I think since we're funding them,
We will go back to
we would
Ready
go
to
back and say,
give them the question.
let's balance out the increase.
We did share as part of the most recent budget Q&A. There is a note in there with a year-to-date update on where we are in FY 2024.
Perfect. I just wanted to see, unless the specific money is coming from outside the city to support this, but that could be why it's increasing. But I just wanted to make sure that we're seeing an increase for Rockville in particular on page 117. The other note that I had is the art and public places. I just wanted to put my liaison hat on for the Cultural Arts Commission. I understand that one of the things that they would like to see is some code changes or flexibility in the program. I didn't see that specifically listed as an area of focus. I just wanted to raise it to the attention of the city manager's office. I know, I don't believe Ms. Miller's here, but I wanted to see if that's something, if that is in fact true, then we should note that that's something we're going to be doing in FY25.
Yes, that's what we do. Yeah, we're working on that.
Okay, if that could just be noted as something we're going to accomplish. When you have your, on the budget book, it notes what we've accomplished and what we're going to focus on, if we could add it there.
It actually might come before.
Oh, if it comes in FY24, even better.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I know we talked about COOP, but the emergency plan is something that I know that you all have been working on, maybe FY24, not FY25, which is, I just wanted to check and see where we are on that.
I believe that will be an FY25 finish.
Okay. Perfect. And then you have procurement under CMO. What about I thought there was discussion on the procurement manual being developed. I didn't see that listed as a particular project, though, in this budget description for a look ahead on what's going to be accomplished.
Madam Mayor, we have a procurement guide currently, which we utilize. I'm not cognizant of a need for an actual manual.
Okay. I know it was raised in last term as guidance for staff on how to look at the different kinds of procurement streams. So I don't know if that has changed or if it's done. Has that been completed?
It was done 2.5, 3 years ago.
Okay, because it came up last term as something that was needed. The other question is contract management training. It was noted during the previous discussion on this that we don't currently do contract management training.
That is actually in the works.
Okay, so if that could also be noted as something we're going to be doing in FY25 in the budget book, that would be
Certainly.
great. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have for the CMO. Anyone else have other questions or ideas? Mr. Matite.
So just a point of clarification, on the equity plan and the community engagement plan, the goal is for the mayor and council to at least do that in FY25, right?
Doesn't mean that we have to stop work on it now, though. Let's get ready. And interim activities as we go.
Yes, we just wanted to get clarification so that we can discuss funding and future budget amendments.
Okay. Is there anything that any of my colleagues have raised? I think if you're not hearing from us, I think we're feeling pretty good about what each other has said. But any further clarification that you need in terms of direction on this section?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Back to you.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Barker from Community Planning and Development Services.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I appreciate the opportunity. As you know, our Community Planning and Development Services staff strives to provide the best service to you as a mayor and council, our residents, and our stakeholders. Just to highlight some of the big things in FY25. As you're aware, we've been working on the Town Center Master Plan, and after a robust engagement, we're almost finished with a draft of that document that we are going to be able to share to the public and have some public meetings for engagement. You may be aware, maybe not, Council initiated annexation of the Shady Grove Metro Station, 107 acres, back in October 23, and we're working on an annexation plan to how the city services are going to be provided there and be probably before the end of the year. We are making progress on the draft zoning ordinance update, zoning ordinance rewrite, and we have planned to present that draft in FY25. Just to let you know, that's to change our zoning ordinance to implement the comprehensive plan, but also to look at our processes for development and approvals to bring about a more competitive nature in our attracting growth and development. Our building code and fire codes updates, we are having a forum on our building code revisions and property maintenance code revisions April 17th, and that's going to be open to that's between 11 and 12:30, and then we'll share that feedback with you on April 29th. With regard to the major changes in our budget, the city manager's recommendation of hiring a senior plans, building plans examiner. We've been faced with an issue of being able to address a significant increase in workload with permits and building plan review. That's a good thing. However, we haven't been able as a staff to have dependable meeting our dependable targeted deadlines. And so just want to make it clear the purpose of this position is first and foremost so that we can reach those target deadlines and provide a dependable and timely review of development plans. We feel like that, not development plans, but building plans. And we feel like that if we do that as a city and meet those target deadlines, we feel like that we're going to be kind of a competitive edge in the region because we do have pretty prompt review times. The big thing that I think the building community want is making sure they submit something and they know when it's going to be reviewed and it's going to be out in a dependable time frame. And so just wanted to make it clear that we're all going to have capacity to improve our customer service in that way. Just an addition of a temporary code enforcement position to handle administrative matters for our code enforcement staff. The more this position does that administrative work, the more our code enforcement staff can do their job. The Another thing that's new this year is a code assistant program. We feel like that we have seniors and people financially constrained that have problems addressing code violations. And with this fund, it will address one of our equity goals of providing that funding to these owners that want to try to improve things, but they don't have the financial resources. And so I really appreciate it if that gets funded. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. We really appreciate it. And I think this body has shared in the past that we see your department as a key driver and support for economic development as well as housing. So we appreciate the work that your team is doing. We also appreciate the transparency that was shared by CMO in your department in terms of the permitting processes. As we begin to ask questions, it's not just, you know, what is now, but what do you need to be successful? And I think that we welcome more of that. Like, just let us know what we need to do to improve and where the resources constrained, you know, are. I'm really thankful that we're adding the position to support the permits. I hope that position is already being advertised. That's one concern I have is, like, as Councilman Fulton mentioned earlier, like, you have the budget and then, you know, it takes time to hire. So my opinion is I hope that that position is at least crafted and it can hit the street very soon, if not by the day we approve the budget.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely we'll be ready when the budget's approved for sure.
That is mission critical. I think many of us have shared that.
Yeah,
in the
I assure
past.
you. Chris Dimwolf is smiling because he wants to do that right away.
And is there any reason that we can't just start advertising that position? I mean, if you need an amendment, I thought we had talked about a budget amendment too.
We normally, when the budget's approved, then tell them to go out and start advertising so that the offer is made and the onboard date is on or about July 1st, to get as much of the time before July 1st in the hiring interviewing process.
I think if there's a need to do a budget amendment, I thought we had talked about that. I thought we were taught, well, anyway, I thought that was something we talked about, and I'm seeing shaking heads. But the sooner we can get this position advertised, the better. And we know it takes about 6 months.
Budget in May, I think that we're pretty close.
We do have a budget amendment that we will bring to you the same night as budget adoption, and the mayor and council can authorize the position as part of that budget amendment. And then Mr. Barker and his team could get that out on the street.
Every week that goes by that position is not here is a problem. So that's my opinion. I welcome my colleagues. I'm seeing any thumbs up on that issue, but I'm seeing shaking heads. And I want to find ways to get that moving faster. Just for context for the public, we have one person that's doing the mixed use and commercials. I understand it. So I would like your input on how can we accelerate that. And I just will open the floor to my colleagues to see if you have any other comments on this. Make sure I'm not speaking for you out of context. Councilman Valeri.
No, you're not. I'm in full agreement. I want to make sure, too, that that this is generally enough staff in order to hit the goals that we want as a city for the time period for permitting or the time period for, frankly, code enforcement and inspections, where I know that, you know, it's tough, the recruitment process, but it's absolutely critical either for residential safety and concerns or for economic development. So I just want to make sure that we have given the department all the tools that it needs in order to be successful in fiscal year 25.
Thank you. And I'll just 2 questions. One is I need some IT help up here. My WebEx has gone down. I think I need a new charger. So if someone can help me with that. But I'll just note that if we approve this in May, there's no way you can have a position hired by July 1. So it takes more time than that, unless you identified someone that you're looking for, but that usually takes a little longer than that, maybe 6 months. So
depends on if they're local. So.
Okay, Councilman Van Greg.
I'm going to echo what the mayor said. Not only are we here to support you, that to the extent, I was under the impression also that there was going to be a budget amendment, to the extent we can get a budget amendment to get that moving even quicker. I think you've got strong support from the mayor and council with regard to that. Again, we're here to support your department and making, the public and our commercial property owners know that we want to get this process moving quicker. So you've got that full support. And to echo what Councilmember Valeri said, you've got here, a temporary code enforcement. If you think that that needs to be permanent, because we need to, I think this whole mayor and council has talked about the need to accelerate, code enforcement along with the permitting process. And if this temporary issue is something that you think needs to be permanent, please let us know, because we want to be here to support you with the necessary assistance, examiners, and FTEs that you believe for your department is necessary to meet the goals that we want to see. And when I'm saying we, I mean your department and the mayor and council.
Well, I really appreciate the attention, but we have a big city and there's lots of priorities, and so I don't want any of my colleagues, because it is a process of going through this, and so I appreciate it, and we do our best as a staff to kind of work through and submit our budget request and go through that process, and so I think it's a good process. It's just because there's so many, as you know, there's so many priorities, and but I appreciate the support of our department, and so we're going to do everything we can with what we have. And this position is going to help a lot.
Mayor, Council, I would take that as direction that you want this position advertised as soon as possible. So we will do that, and we will figure out on May 6th what we need to do. He will not have that position filled by May 6th anyway, but it's run-up time for us, so we will take that as guidance to go and advertise.
Thank you so much. That is music to our ears. We really appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Wait, I have more questions for you.
I'm just,
You're not off that easy.
I'm just trying to get other people behind me.
Okay, all right, all right.
I start with a C, and they were jealous of me. So.
We're very interested in your department,
okay.
so please stick around. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll associate myself with the comments. I won't belabor the point, but I fully support the temporary code enforcement as well as speeding up the permitting process. But I want to go back to the funding for a pilot code assistant program, and maybe have you talk a little bit more about that. And also, you talk about seniors, and so how is that coordinated with the senior center or the seniors programs or the villages? Like, how do you see that working?
Yeah. We have contacted the senior center to see if there's capability to help with some of these things, but they are somewhat limited on what they can do. And so this funding, we've had situations where trees are dead or limbs that have fallen, and just frankly the person doesn't have the wherewithal to get those removed. And so we, by having this fund, there is a process that people have to go through, and we're going to set up a real thorough process to be fair about who goes through this and how they get the funding, because we do have a limited amount of funding. But does that answer your question about?
No, it does. But I guess I was curious, how does that work with Senior Reach? So I understood, that they have a program similar to help out, with people with their houses and repairs. And so how do you see that being coordinated?
Well, I'm not as familiar with that. Can I get back to you all with a response to that? Yes.
I was going to just note on the two comments, and I see Ms. Granger. I was going to actually comment on your office, so I'm glad you're raising your hand. But I also know that HCD provides support for weatherization and supporting seniors and low-income residents with low income. So I think it will be great to just make sure that there's a strategic planning discussion as we roll out that program.
I appreciate you bringing that up.
And thank you, Councilmember Jackson, for raising it. The other question I had was related to thank you for the comment on the trees. I know that this is something, it may not be just your department, but since we're talking about help for people on the things that are expensive, I actually have heard residents that say they know that their tree branch is falling, but they don't call it in because they're afraid that their neighbor is going to have to spend $1,000 on money that they don't have. And so I wonder, you know, between these kinds of programs that we have with HCD and CPDS, as well as, I don't know if do we have work for the new tree climber position that they would be so busy every day? Maybe we could use in-house resource. I don't know. I wanted to raise it to be flexible. That is something I've heard from residents. I know myself, for example, we can do this work, but we saw the windstorm and it's $1,200. Not everyone can come out of pocket for that, and safety is a factor there. So I just something I wanted to raise as we look at the program you're mentioning, but also the fact that we're bringing on a tree climber position.
Anything we would do on private property, we should do it through a designated program. It's not good optics for city employees to be going on private property and doing work. So that's why we have these programs like this that are directly assisting them. You can set up the rules as to you have to be low income, you have to be needy, et cetera. So if we want to expand into trees, we would have to look at that, I think, in the same light that we're looking at this pilot code issue. And it's possible, is it not, that there's a code problem with the tree? Is that within the possibility, or yes? So it's possible that there might be a code violation with the tree that might fall under this program.
So I think it's real important, since it's a pilot, let us really develop the program and also see how it's worked. And if we get in a bond, we can maybe work with the budget department on budget amendments if we need more funds, if something happens or things of that sort. So that'd be something we can consider.
Yes. Thank you. Councilman Valeri has a follow-up question on this.
Coming from a neighborhood with a whole lot of trees, very old ones. I'm thinking, first off, I want to make, just for clarification, this is a pilot program for anyone in economic need. It's not an age requirement.
No, it's not age requirement. It's
okay.
Seniors typically are in the same group with income issues.
I just wanted to be clear that it was for anybody.
No, I appreciate that.
No, and that's cool. And then I'm just going to throw this out there. If this is a really successful pilot, then perhaps sometimes for the tree requirement fee in lieu, it would be really cool as a way to use that to build up the funding needed, so that if a developer's like, I literally can't put any more trees here, if that could be a funding stream for that, because then it would go back to like maintaining our tree canopy by making sure that it's healthy trees, because I know just not that long ago there was a huge tree that cut off all of a road in Twinbrook, and it was because of an elderly gentleman who couldn't afford it. But I know, like the mayor said, I just think it might be an idea to explore, because nobody wants a bunch of trees just tossed someplace and maybe is not ecologically viable. But if we can use it to help people, I think it could be.
There are some limits to the use of that fund, because it's to be used on public lands, and so we'll look into it though.
It might be something. I just wanted to flag that, but I'm actually looking really forward to it.
It's an issue that came up heavily in Twinbrook, I would say.
Right.
Some of us have heard about this issue.
Okay.
And then I also heard it, mostly the older neighborhoods. I've heard it, hunger for, all the old neighborhoods that are dealing with trees, that might be an issue. I think it's an issue that we have to grapple with.
Yeah, appreciate it. I appreciate Jenny Snap for bringing this before, and also Sharnita Jackson, and they all were the people that kind of brought this forward to you, so I most definitely want to recognize them. Okay.
I have no, not yet. 1 second. A few more. Almost. So I know that it's important to make sure, and I want to thank your team for the last 2 years. We had heard that there were some concerns from folks in our rental community. We actually heard from school principals where they were concerned about the home life for their students. and you all went through and did a lot of work to get inspections done on the rental properties, multifamily rental. It's my understanding that you are now fully up to date on multifamily rental, is that right?
Yeah, we're staying up to date with multifamily. It's just it's the single family that does have some backlog. But when I talked with Ms. Jackson, she said that is typical, just because of the concerns with people, not submitting their lead certification, and also not following up. And so we're in the process of removing that backlog as much as we can.
Do you think that you will get to being fully updated by the end of FY25?
There's always going to be a certain amount, just due to lack of response and things, but we're doing our best right now to lower that.
That's an area that I want us to watch. I would love to hear from my colleagues on this, but I just want to make sure that this is an area we have to make sure that the areas are safe, that where people are renting are safe. And so if we're not caught up to speed, then that puts people at risk. So this is an example. In the multifamily, I heard over the past 2 years, there were issues of like falling ceilings, rodents, mold, and students can't learn if they're not in a safe home environment.
Understand.
So just it's an open invitation to let us know where we stand. I would like to know what percent are we, and if we need additional temporary or more permanent resource, that's something the mayor and council needs to hear about.
Okay.
I don't know. I just want to see my colleagues. Are you yes on this? Okay. All right. And then, Councilman Shaw, did I see your hand go up? I want to make sure I'm not. Okay. You're good? Okay. All right. The other thing is relating to the FAST program. So when I looked on page 128, and we look at the department outlook, I didn't see called out that we want to make sure that we not only get the FAST program up and running, but that we expand it. And so I was curious about that. I know that my colleagues have commented on this, particularly in the past, during strategic planning meetings and other meetings.
Right.
So I think it should be on page 128.
Right. Yeah, it's a real coincidence because Mr. Matee and Jenny Snap and myself talked about that today, actually, and determined that it would be a good time to bring that FAST charter back to you with an expansion of that to really make it clear on what we're going to be achieving in your direction on the economic development side of things. And so that would be something that I think that maybe that's what you're talking about, is trying to re-jump that a little bit more. And we can look into doing that. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Just so I want to see a nod from my colleagues. Do you support adding this as an outlook of something that we would be doing in FY25? Okay. You have direction. And then related to the conversation that we were having on performance measures as it relates to code enforcement, on page 141, it says % of rental license properties inspected before the expiration date. We note 70%. I'm not sure why we would shoot for 70%. Maybe there's a good reason for that. Why wouldn't it be higher?
Can I get back to you on that to
Absolutely.
make sure? I appreciate it. I want to make sure I'm right.
Yeah.
On that.
And similarly, on that page 141, we had ensure building fire and life safety code compliance during construction phase of development in the city of Rockville. The adopted FY24 budget performance metric for a number of building inspections completed was 2,500, and then for FY25 was 2,100. I'm not sure why that is proposed to go down, at least in that metric. So that was another thing that jumped out at me.
Sure, I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Colleagues, you have any other questions for CPDS?
Thank you, Mr. Barker. I'd like to invite Ms. Webster to come up. And I would just respectfully, if we can have any questions or feedback on performance measures, if we could take those offline and maybe send those, that might help us move through. We still have a number of departments to get through, and the big ones, as well as what I expect to be a lively conversation around community grants. So I'm just trying to think in the interest of time.
Yeah, thank you. The only commentary on that is that sometimes it's been said if you don't have direction from all of us, that it might not change. And so I want to make sure that my colleagues have an opportunity to make sure that we're in alignment on what we're asking for. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The Department of Finance is an internal service function that manages the day-to-day financial activities of the city under 3 divisions. The financial activities include the management of the operating and capital budgets, investment of city funds, financial management policy implementation, financial systems management, accounts payable, payroll, accounting, financial reporting, banking, and all billing and revenue collection for the city's water and sewer customers. In addition to our day-to-day responsibilities in FY 2025, we will focus on several major items that are listed here on your slide. The first item is the completion of the implementation and the go live for our new cloud-based ERP system. This project is funded out of the capital budget under Project GA21 and will be completed this fall. The completion timeline is important for Finance's year-end close, our annual financial statement production, and our external financial audit. Staff from the departments of IT, Finance, HR, and Procurement have been very active in the implementation process, meeting several times a week to participate in testing and troubleshooting in the upgraded test system. When complete, users of the system will experience upgraded functionality and other self-service features. The project has been in the CIP for many years, and my team is very excited to see it through to completion. Another major outlook item in finance for this fall is the issuance of tax-exempt general obligation bonds to finance a portion of our capital budget. For each bond issue, the mayor and council must approve both a resolution and a resolution for a notice of intent and a bond ordinance. For our bond issues, we utilize the services of outside professionals, primarily a financial advisor and a bond counsel. Each time we issue bonds, we're rated by 2 bond rating organizations. We use Moody's and S&P. They analyze things like the city's demographics, our local economy, financial condition, adherence to financial management policies, and our annual audit report or findings. The city is currently rated AAA and hopes to maintain this rating in the future. A AAA rating is not that common for municipal governments and allows us to get the best borrowing rates available on the market. The last bonds we issued were in the fall of 2022 at a rate of 3.74%, and the current market rate now is around 3.35% for AAA rated 20-year general obligation tax-exempt municipal bonds. The timing of the bond issue is also important for the city. We recently met with our financial advisor to establish the timeline for the upcoming bond sale to avoid the market volatility that will likely be associated with the national presidential election. The actual sale date is scheduled for late September with a close in early October. The next item on our list helps with efficiency of operations when it comes to processing utility work orders in the field, as initiated by my utility billing staff and then carried out by our public works staff. This initiative upgrades the city's current work order management program from an application-based system to a cloud-based system. The upgrade shifts us from being tied to a single device to being able to access the work order system from any device. The cloud-based upgrade will improve productivity for staff by allowing them to access their work orders and reassign them when needed while they are in the field. This is just another step we're trying to take to streamline our operations and to improve our overall internal and external customer service. The last initiative on my list is assisting the HR department with recommendations that result from the compensation and classification study. It is highly likely that the recommendations will involve a fiscal impact related to salaries, benefits, or even both. My department is ready to assist HR in developing a plan for the first year of implementation, as well as a future funding plan to cover the forecast period. The recommendations will likely involve multiple funds with FTEs, so we'll be evaluating all impacts, including any impacts to our utility funds. For our major changes, we have a 0.5 FTE increase. It is a fiscal assistance, and this was our highest general fund priority for 2025. The position is responsible for the accounts payable function, which currently has 1.5 FTEs. Accounts payable staff are responsible for reviewing and approving every single payment that comes from the city from both the operating and capital budgets. The FTE increase was needed due to the increase in the number of P cards and the number of payments over the last several years, in addition to new processes that we've put in place to limit the occurrence of fraudulent activities. If approved, this 0.5 FTE increase will convert a current part-time position into a full-time position starting July 1st. The Finance Department has a total budget of $3.5 million for 2025, which is split between both the general fund and the water fund. The overall 8.8% increase in the budget is mainly from personnel, which is salary and benefits, as well as that 0.5 FTE fiscal assistant addition. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Any questions on this department? I have one brief one. I know that utility billing is managed by your department, and this may tie into DPW, but are we planning to make the monthly e-billing happen in this fiscal year or FY26 versus the quarterly? And the reason why it's come up from residents is because they note that sometimes it takes a while to know if they have a leak, and so money's going down the toilet for 3 months before they know there's an issue.
Yeah, there is no planned transition to monthly billing anytime soon. That will be coordinated with the AMI project, which will be after we replace all of our meters with our newer technology.
But the goal is the goal to go to monthly billing? Do you have that as a strategic goal?
Well, the goal, sure, after the AMI is in place for the residential meters, they'll be able to check their meter anytime, real time.
Okay, and when will that happen, AMI?
I have to ask Mr. Woods for a timeline.
Okay, maybe when it comes to your department, if you could just
For the
proactively let us know.
timeline of the
Okay,
residential.
sounds good to me.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The mayor and council would like to take a quick, do you have a question on finance?
Yes.
Okay, and then after the mayor and council members would like to take a quick 2 to 3 minute break.
I know that your department manages the city's retirement system. I know we've heard about the COLAs with regard to city employees. I'm wondering if you could comment on where we are with regard to our city's retired and potential future retired members, and where we are with regard to the COLA increases.
And would that, just to clarify, because I know some people really have to be humans and take a quick break. So, but can we answer that on when we come back, and maybe that's in coordination with HR as well? It depends on you all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Today is still April 8th, 2024. We'll be reconvening meeting number 7-24. We're in the middle of our budget workshop, and we are discussing and wrapping up the Department of Finance's questions. There was a follow-up from my colleagues. I know several of us have asked questions prior to and last meeting about the retirement and COLA adjustments. So if we could begin with that question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just give some background on the retiree COLA. So there was no retiree COLA proposed for the FY25 budget. So for some background, the city has provided a retiree COLA 11 times since the year 2000. So it doesn't happen automatically. It is not an automatic provision in our pension plan. In fact, our pension plan says that a COLA can be provided on an ad hoc basis per direction from the mayor and council. So if the mayor and council were interested in providing a COLA for FY25, we would recommend doing it in the same way we did it for FY24, and that was through one-time reserves above the reserve target and allocated in the fall after we knew what that reserve balance would be. So basically the mayor and council would come back, we would report on the end of year audited fund balance, and you would provide direction to do the retiree COLA, and we would include it on a budget amendment. The current retiree COLA estimate is $796,000 for 1%, and what that would do, it would adjust all retirees' current monthly payments, but by that 1% starting July 1st, 2025. Oh, I'm sorry, January 1st, 2025. It's on a calendar year.
Thank you for answering. I've had several questions about this too, but I do want to have a conversation as a body because as one of our residents mentioned earlier, I know that it's ad hoc. I know it's not a requirement, but if there's anything that's good about this city, it's our staff that make it happen. And we need to make sure that we're doing right by the retirees. It is true, the resident said there's a 2% COLA for existing staff. We adjusted our caregiver grants by CPI. The state of Maryland gave a COLA, as I understand it, for retirees. The federal government gives a COLA for retirees. And if we have the option in this environment, it feels like the right thing to do. I know it's not like politically attractive to do that, but it's an obligation that we have to our former employees. And while I appreciate the suggestion that we do it with excess reserves, that provides no stability to those people today. That's like if we have leftover change in the couch cushions, we'll give it to them. And I think if my colleagues agree, it's an obligation and we should signal now that we're going to meet it.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions of my colleagues. I also sent something forward on this, and I know you provided a detailed response. I do think it might be helpful to get additional information on how we're handling this, how we look at it from the actuarial perspective, and how could we proceed to make this happen. I know that we also do other things that we try to support our retirees in terms of differences in health insurance and but we want to make sure that we are attracting good talent and we're taking care of our people. So I know this is something that several of us have shared we're interested in learning more about and getting more information on, but I just wanted to flag that.
I just want to say from the actuarial perspective, that is where the current estimate of $796,000 comes from. So that is the present value of the long-term liability to provide the adjustment to the retirees.
Just to clarify on that amount that's in the budget, I think this is what you just said, but I want to just make sure I understand, meets existing obligations. It is not an increase to the funds made available to any retirees.
That's correct. That funds the existing liability, which just pays our current retirees and the future of the current benefit with no increase included. So the 796 that I mentioned would be the addition to cover an increase in the long term.
And when you increase, then you have to also, I know Mr. Simoneau was explaining to me that it does adjust other payments that we have to make in the future, correct?
This is the current value of the long-term liability of that 1%.
If you were to signal that you wanted to do this on a reoccurring basis and not an ad hoc basis, that would have to be built into the actuarial's calculation, and it will affect that calculation.
Okay, and then in the budget book, there's a notation about how we might handle things differently in terms of what we do in terms of health insurance for our retirees. Do we fund our retirees at basically at the current rate of what we do existing employees? Or is that something different that we do other than other jurisdictions?
At the same rate as our existing employees up to the age of 65. But I'm sure HR can give more detail on that.
And that's a strategic advantage that Rockville does compared to other jurisdictions?
Yes.
Okay, and do we know the value of that? You don't have to come back to us right now.
I don't have
But
it
just
on the top of my
additional on this topic would be great. Councilmember Van Grack.
I'm just going to follow up with kind of what you and Councilmember Fulton were saying, that I think this is something that, a lot of us view as important and critical to our staff. And even if we're going to talk about doing something in the fall for this budget, I think there's a strong sentiment here that there needs to be a sea change in view of how we deal with supporting our retired employees.
Councilmember Fulton.
I just
And then
wanted to
Councilmember.
clarify for the city manager. My suggestion, at least, was not that we change from maintaining the discretion to change on an ad hoc basis to making it a requirement on the annual basis. My suggestion was we have that discretion on an ad hoc basis, and this year of any year, we should exercise it. Just wanted to be clear on what my suggestion was.
Madam Mayor, you could direct staff to come back in the fall with an analysis of a retiree COLA, so that we know that, and you could send the signal to everybody that you're seriously interested, given our end-of-year balance, if that's the signal you want to send.
So we've heard from three of us. I'd like to just see where everyone else is. Dr. Miles, I know you were going to speak, and then I see Ms. Webster also. Dr. Miles, you first. She's still conveying. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the comments of our colleagues as well as testimony from our residents. It's not specific to COLA specifically. I am overall glad at the outset that, projecting out several years, there's no projected increase in property tax increase. I just am mindful that any decision we make today, its impact on both our residents who live here and those who don't, retired or not. So I'm willing to get all the information. Do certainly want to support employees, as I always mention, mission first, employees always. It just want to be mindful about how we go forth doing so. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Webster.
Madam Mayor, I was just going to also suggest a possible other avenue the mayor and council might want to take. If you want to signal your desire to do the retiree COLA even more, you could request that we commit reserves on the FY25 adopted budget ordinance. And what that does is on the ordinance, it says this mayor and council commits $769,000 in reserves, or whatever the number ends up being, to provide a retiree COLA. Then what we do when we start FY25, we don't have to come back to you to ask if you want to do the COLA. It just comes through the first budget amendment. So it's a way of allocating reserves without balancing the budget based on reserves. So it's kind of just an administrative way of committing to that retiree COLA on the budget ordinance, just as you would as if it was included in the adopted budget.
That seems fair to me. Is everyone okay? And then can you also I know you sent me an email in response to the questions, but is it possible to flesh some of this out a bit more on the options and the competitiveness of Rockville in terms of supporting our retirees? I know you said you can't do apples to apples, but.
So we did pull up some of the Maryland municipalities, because I think it's important to look at other municipal jurisdictions. And of the 8 that we surveyed today, 4 of them offer pensions through the state of Maryland plan. So they pay into the Maryland plan, and then the plan pays out to retirees. 2 of them do not have defined benefit plans, so that's Bowie and Gaithersburg. Frederick has, similar to what we do, they have a plan for administrative and union employees like we do, but they were the only one that we found that we could compare to. And they have a COLA or, let's see, the lesser of CPI or 2.5% for theirs, and theirs is built in. And then we had Annapolis does a DB for public safety, and that provides an annual 2%. So it was really a mix. We couldn't really find anyone comparable because a lot of people do use the state's retirement system. So it's really, I mean, the reason it's not apples to apples, and I'll just say this because different plans require people to pay in different amounts. So for Rockville, for example, an administrative employee pays 1%, a union employee pays 0%. But if you look at the state's plan for teachers, I think teachers pay in 7%. So, you know, the benefit might be generous because the employee is paying more while they're an active employee. So if the mayor and council wanted to do a full plan comparison, it would probably need to be done by a professional who can then break down all of the actual pension plans for the other municipal governments.
I think it's something that comes up every year and is likely worth looking into. I'm seeing head nods. Do I have a majority of head nods? I think it's something that's worth looking into because ultimately we're trying to, are we doing right by our staff? And are we competitive, right?
So is this in terms of pension benefits or a retiree COLA?
I think it's both.
Because if it's a pension benefit conversation, then that's the pension plan, and that's a much bigger, I would say, initiative for the mayor and council. That would be a longer process that would involve the retirement board, you know, our actuary, our legal team, and
yeah. Because you may have like something looks lower on one end, but we're providing much more on the other end. So it is an overall look on what's the financial picture for our employees who retire with us. So maybe you can think about it and come back to us with what you recommend. I know that we have interest in looking at the direction for the fall and doing an amendment or using reserves. But I know it's getting late. So if we could get some additional information.
In light of the option that Ms. Webster just presented about committing reserves for a retiree COLA, I would like to ask the mayor and council to do a straw poll on whether or not you would like to see that come through the FY25 budget ordinance.
And are you planning to send us information before that's finalized?
A study that...
Not a study, but just more, there were some things that you were talking about more broadly.
I have no more information than what I provided because of the limited information we have unless we start to dive into each of the municipal government's plans.
Okay. Colleagues, what's your... You want to get more information, or are you ready to move forward? Okay. How about you, Councilman Jack?
Move forward.
Move forward.
I'm comfortable with having the budget.
Okay, so we're comfortable with moving forward. However, I would also ask that we look at this more deeply because it's going to happen every year that we're going to have this question.
Yeah.
So can we have that two-part? Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Granger, I think we're ready for HCD. Okay. Thank you.
All right, housing and community development. I don't know if all of you know that it's about 4 years old, the Department of Housing and Community Development. Okay, good. So your housing and community development, our outlook for FY25 is going to include trying to look for ways to increase affordable housing. We already talked about MPDUs. Excuse me, we're going to try and create additional units by changing the threshold for the 15% of it MPDUs from 50 to 20, which is consistent with the county policy. We're going to review chapter 13.5 and see what we can do with that. We're going to continue to collaborate.
Can you pull the mic down and talk?
We're going to continue to collaborate with our housing partners in the county and RHE, Housing Opportunities Commission, to exercise the right of first refusal. And then we're also going to try and maintain existing housing through the CDBG block grant. We usually use the CDBG grant to make repairs on either nonprofit housing like supportive housing, but also on single-family homes. We also want to look at Chapter 18 to how to best support tenants and landlords, and that's the housing component. For community services, as you had heard earlier, we're going to have a human services needs assessment that's going to be an FY24 initiated project that'll move into FY25. We want to look at family self-sufficiency opportunities, which include all the basic needs that need to be met that we always address with our services, and just to clarify, the county offers safety net services and basic services as well, so we augment what is the county offers. We want to look at financial empowerment opportunities through banking, through savings, financial literacy, vocational training, schooling. We also want to look at the comprehensive services that we offer ourselves through Rockville Emergency Assistance Program, through our Home Energy Assistance Program, through our landlord-tenant assistance, which I mean not actually the landlord-tenant complaint problems, but just to help teaching people to advocate for themselves in their rental properties and their homeowner situations. Also, we have lots of services that we offer through our caregiver grant program. As you know, which we mentioned earlier, we also have grants with the city and with the county where we offer mental health services, care management services, and enrichment services, as well as mentoring and other youth development programs. What we're asking for as an enhancement is more funding for temporary part-time assistant, which we use for our programs, mostly youth development programs. So we have, which is really cool, we have a lot of the graduates from our programs come back and help, and we hire them to be program assistants. We also hire young people who aren't necessarily program graduates, but we also like to hire young people who've been our mentors, who have come from other youth programming that are very relatable to the youth that we serve. So that's what we want to that's what we're asking for in the proposed budget. Just to clarify a couple of things that came up earlier, I'll just to come back to the temporary funding. We haven't asked for more funding for our temporary staff since like 2015 or something. So the minimum wages now, it says, is going to be $17. We need to increase our temporary staff rate, but we also want to increase the hours that we provide for temporary assistance. The Senior Reach program is, when you talk to CPDS, Senior Reach is for making people able to age in place. So it's like putting in grab bars, putting in things like that to make people be able to age in place. It's not an emergency repair necessarily. And then the Senior Center has a Pete Sante fund, which can help support emergency or even not necessarily emergency repairs. Let's see. I think that is what I have to say about the Rockville Goes Purple. You asked about that. We, in addition to Rockville Goes Purple, which is sort of a September initiative, we also plan to do a lot of psychoeducation throughout the year on substance use risks for families and youth. We've done a few talks to families on how to talk to their kids about substance use. So we plan to do more of that, and also talking to all age groups about that. So, questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Granger. Questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Shaw.
Yeah, thank you. And it's good to see that you're looking at Section 18, and particularly on that. So a while back, I asked for information pertaining to two sections of the code, and it was Section 18-194 that requires landlords to notify the city on rent increases, as well as Section 18-195 that requires the housing department to provide a quarterly report to the city manager summarizing the required information that each of the landlords are providing. And so this information in terms of getting data on rent increases is particularly important right now as the mayor and council are looking at housing stability and affordability. And so I was wondering, is that also part of the plan? Because when I asked about getting information on these two sections, I was told that we needed more resources. And so is that something that we'll be able to work on?
So two things. One is we're going to have a presentation on affordable housing and a presentation on rent stabilization in June and July. We are collecting data on the information referrals we're getting about rent, we always get calls about rent increases, and we're collecting data on that. As far as landlords reporting their rent increases, to my knowledge, we have not collected that data before. Yes, we don't have the staff to do that. We don't have the infrastructure to do that. I mean, that would require, in my understanding, or in my opinion, it would require like some software to help us do that and to keep track of it and stuff. But that is one thing we are looking at in terms of updating the chapter.
Okay.
So considering it, we're not. Yeah, it's just one thing we're considering.
Yeah, and just to be specific, I know that you were looking at information as people call in. The majority of people don't call in.
Right.
And so making landlords more accountable, making it more transparent when there are rent increases, considering it's like half of our population, being able to have the ability to actually implement our own code, I think is really important. So it's good to see that that is something that you're looking into, and I would like to see that that is implemented so there is some accountability.
Yeah, I appreciate that you're mentioning that we have that in our code and we're not doing it. Unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to do that, but and I also understand that people calling in is not at all statistically valid. It's anecdotal evidence. It's not, yeah. So we have to consider how we can do that, and that will be part of our part of our results and looking at the chapter and then figuring out what we want to do to update it.
And I think for this conversation, it's also asking about like how much resources we need to be able to implement our code as we're thinking through the budget.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will agree that we can't have code that we're not following, so we need to resource it or change it. And I will just echo the comments of my colleague that we should be looking at that information. And looking at the license renewal requirements, actually, there are some parts of the rental license that request that information about last month's rent, last time's rent versus this time's rent. I wonder where that data is going.
Yeah,
and if that's being shared with your department.
I would have to look into that.
Okay,
It's not being shared with us, but I'll have to look into how we can get that data.
Hopefully we don't have to wait for FY25 for this, but I have mentioned previously to the city manager's office, as well as in one of our strategic planning retreats, is that we're collecting information inconsistently. So on one rental license, we're asking for previous rent and new rent, and then the other one we were asking for just the new one, and then the other one I didn't see a question at all. So hopefully that is not something that we need to wait for FY25 for, because it's data that we could just have for analysis. The other thing I'll mention to comment on the comments of my colleague is that it's my understanding that READY might also be a resource. Rockville Economic Development, Inc., they have access to CoStar data that might help with your analysis. I know I mentioned it to the city manager's office. But if they are a strong partner of ours and they have access to that data to be able to see what the increases are, that might be helpful as well. That might cut down on staff.
No, I appreciate your
dredging
suggestions. Coordinating more with code enforcement, with the rental license folks, and then also with looking into CoStar. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll pause on this line of question. I see that you have a Councilmember Shaw.
Yeah, I think it would be great to have the CoStar data. One of the things that I'm concerned about with that data is oftentimes it uses the first offer, not necessarily renewals, and I know a lot of the increases are with renewals. So it would be good just to like confirm that, because that's a huge difference.
Thank you. And then on that comment, I did talk to the county leaders, and they're looking at companies that are doing things like price fixing at the county level that might help the city of Rockville, but it's something that we should be monitoring in FY25. Councilmember Leary.
Unless somebody else wants to continue on the housing end of things, because I'm going to take us in a different direction. Would you like to? Okay.
Quickly.
I defer to Madam
Sorry,
Mayor.
just quickly on the housing item, landlord-tenant commission, there's a desire, I know I've heard from some members of my colleagues, about making it more than just a commission focused on when there's a complaint, but just in general, being more focused on education and outreach and supporting because sometimes landlords don't know. They're using county leases, they need more information about what we expect and how to engage with the city. And so I wanted to note that both on the landlord and the tenant side, just increased engagement, tracking, follow-up. We also have buildings that get sold in the city, and the city is not going out and saying, here's how you work in Rockville, or here's our
Right,
expectations,
right.
and that needs to be part of how we, support our residents in the city. So I don't know if that's plans for FY25 and whether you're resourced to do that. But I would love
Yeah,
to
we
hear
can
what
look
your
at that. I
thoughts
mean,
are.
the leasing managers change quite often, so that's, to educate them. To keep up with that is a lot, but then to keep up with buildings that have been sold, certainly. With the landlord tenant and tenant commission, it typically is only gets together when there's a case, and there hasn't been a case in like a year and a half, so we want to look at having them get together more, like quarterly or something, just to educate them on, I don't know, whatever the latest is, like even, like if we do a, pretty hefty presentation to you on affordable housing, we could do it to them too, and things like
Right.
that.
Yeah, I think it's this desire, our city is expanding. We have folks who don't quite feel like they're, there's the things we can do on the prevention side versus just waiting for problems to arise.
Right.
So if that is something that your team can currently do, I don't know, just want to see if my colleagues support that. Okay.
Yeah, we do have plans. I mean, we just did a presentation to MPDU landlords. We would plan on doing more presentations to landlords in general and also to tenants. I mean,
Okay. And then I didn't see the rewrite of 13.5 in the upcoming, so I just wanted to flag that.
yeah, I know it wasn't in the upcoming, but we do plan on looking at it, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if the final budget document can note that, I heard from my colleagues that that was an area of interest. The other area is, some of us have asked about the REAP program, and right now it's very much wait till you have an eviction notice, and referral from the county. And we haven't used all the funds every year. I would just welcome your thoughts on, is there room to think about, being able to do a more nimble partner, support people before it gets to that point, which is quite stressful, makes people feel desperate, and really at risk.
So we do have a program, the Bridge program, which supports people who are just a couple months behind in rent, 1 or 2 months behind in rent or mortgage. With the folks who are getting eviction notices, those are significant debt, and it's really hard because there's an opportunity for them to work out a plan with their landlord or with other funding opportunities before an eviction notice. So we don't want to put our funding before if they're going to work out a deal with a payment plan with their landlord. I mean, it's not a dire need until it's a dire need, because they're not, the landlord's giving them a break until they aren't. So I think plus we don't have deep pockets. I mean, we have to be able to rely on the county to help this person with funding. We can't do it ourselves, and we do have partners in the community who can help us even after the county's helped us. We still have to rely on community organizations. We haven't spent money in REAP in the last couple of years because of the COVID relief funds. We typically do use our REAP funds for.
But we haven't used it all in FY24.
There were still COVID relief funds in FY24.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I appreciate we'll keep an eye on it, but I think we've talked about this in our department about when to offer REAP funds, and we really just believe that we have to wait for the eviction notice because it's not a problem until it's a problem. The landlord doesn't see a need to offer the eviction notice until he's exhausted all his other opportunities, his or her opportunities. So I think that's why we do that, and also because we need county funding support.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll just note that it's something we've heard from residents that's a really big point of stress. And we actually, during our drop-in, it actually also came up. So I just, maybe when we get to the housing affordability discussion, we can expand.
Yeah, we'll look into the best practices around that.
Councilor Michelle.
Just a quick question for clarification. Spending some time in rent court, the way that I understand that REAP works is first that if folks get a eviction notice from the judge, if they're not able to work it out with their landlord because there are some opportunities before you go in front of the judge to have some mediation, and they could work out a payment plan or what have you. But once you get the eviction notice from the judge, then you're sent to the county's resources, and there's a room right next to the court for HHS resources. And then after that, then you're able to, if that's not enough, then you're able to get REAP funding if you're a Rockville resident.
Correct.
And because because there was leftover COVID-19 funding, that is the reason why essentially we weren't using the REAP funding, but it is emergency assistance.
Yes.
And so that's why it kind of waits to the end. And you spoke about the Bridges program. Can you just share just a little bit more about that?
Sure. I mean, we found that, before, like Mayor Ashton was saying, before somebody gets into deep trouble, if they've lost their job and they're getting another job soon and they just become 1 month behind or 2 months behind on their mortgage or their rent, then we can use bridge funding to support that. So that's what, it's a fairly new program. It's a few years old, but that's for something that's just a very small debt.
And do you run out of funds on that, or have you had sufficient funds so far?
We've had sufficient funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jackson, then Councilmember Valeri.
Yeah, so I'm curious about the bridge funds. So how does that work? So do you give the like a donation or a payment, or do you require them to pay it back? I'm just.
So it's a grant. It's just they don't have to pay it back, but it is a case. It's more of a case management situation where we work out sort of a service plan, if you will, where okay, we're going to give you this money, but let's see what you're doing to help prevent this from happening again. We do the same thing with the rape cases too, but
I was just curious.
It's sort of what happened and how quickly can it be resolved before it becomes a bigger problem.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Valeri.
This part of the discussion, I think, also highlights the need for us to ramp up our outreach staffing, because I think that would also be helpful as well to make sure that everybody knows about all these great programs too. I don't think it can, you guys, even just looking at the operating budget and the number of staff, this is extremely lean for a department that you guys are doing just some really great work that can help people, but I think it's very lean comparatively speaking. And so I just wanted to flag that. But as an aside, and I don't know if this is going to be a fiscal year 25 discussion, maybe it kind of bleeds more into fiscal year 26, but something struck me when I was looking at, in general, the funding for the programs, which is why I talked about y'all being lean, was the amount of funding through your department for youth and family services versus youth development and family services, rather, versus the amount of money that we allocate as a city for the senior citizen services division. And I see both communities as being at risk and vulnerable, and and I think we're seeing that borne out. So, to my mind, I would like to see a little bit more equity there. I know that a lot of this is because of the senior center, and maybe we will head on our way to a youth center to kind of balance that out. But our youth are in a severe crisis, and I know that you guys are doing as much as you guys. I say guys just colloquially. You guys are doing as much as you can, but are there opportunities that we're missing? I know that you talked about when it comes to housing, how you're that you work very closely with the county. Are those situations also at play with the youth development, and to that extent as well as with the housing, where are there inefficiencies and where can we be more supportive of your programming, recognizing that the slowdown may be happening from the county side, or it's making it a little more difficult for us to have an effective program?
You're talking about youth development right
Yeah.
now? Okay.
Yeah.
So the county we do work very closely with the county. We actually have county grants to provide some of our youth development programming. Our school community youth services is 50% funded by the county, 50% funded by the city. Linkages to Learning is like 90% funded by the county, 10% by the city. The county has put in tons of money in the last couple of years for youth development, and we've been coordinating with them around that for newcomers, for youth in all ages. They put in social workers in all high schools, several middle schools. They put in youth development, care management, and mental health in all the high schools in their wellness programs. They put in in addition to Linkages to Learning expanding, they've got community schools expanding through the state funding. So there is a lot of attention on youth right now in this county level. So that supports our Rockville residents quite a bit. With that said, we coordinate, we make sure we're not duplicating services. We try and make sure that we're serving youth who aren't served otherwise by the county or need more services or whatever. So like, for example, soccer, Latino Youth Development, we have our soccer program. There's also the Soccer for Change program that the county offers. We make sure that we're not, our kids aren't doing both. We have our mentoring program. We are looking at expanding to different schools who are more, like College Gardens doesn't have anywhere near as much programming as Twin Brook does, just because of the nature of where things fall. Like Twin Brook right now is a community school, so it has a lot of programming. College Gardens doesn't, so we're going to move some programming over there. So we try and make sure that we're augmenting again what the county's offering to see where the holes are. So, but we also offer county services through Linkages to Learning and School Community Services.
Yeah, I'm always thinking through kind of what our role is, and I think that also looking at programming and not just recreation programming, but life skills support services outside of the school setting as well.
Right.
Because oftentimes the most at-risk, vulnerable youth are not even getting to the school to get near those services. So I think we're the same.
Yeah, and we do. And we don't. It's not just youth. We also work with families, who have youth who are all over the place. And then Rockville Housing Enterprises has this youth build program that they just got through the feds that provides services for youth who are dropped out of high school. So.
Yeah, and I think that maybe that would also be a good, future thinking, having, kind of a good sense of where we're meeting different demographics as far as support services, and then that way we can see whether or not, we need to be more supportive, and that our budget, because again, this is a reflection of our priorities, and I know that many of us said, if not all of us said at our strategic planning meeting that, prioritizing youth right now, especially in this moment, is important to us. So I just want to have our budget be reflective of that.
I'll also say that we're making sure we cover the whole continuum, like prevention services, intervention, and treatment services. So we like this summer in the camps, we're going to offer some mental health lessons in a few of the different camps. We do, the psychoeducation around substance use. We do a lot of prevention work in all of our programs. So, and then we also try and make sure that we're only offering our mental health counseling to kids who can't get it otherwise, because there are services outside the city and the county. So.
May I suggest, because I know there's a lot in this topic and there's a lot of interest, and maybe there's a future agenda discussion on the continuum of support for youth.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Is that okay? Okay. I will just make one quick comment. I saw that there was a reduction in number of finance sessions from 13 to 5 on peace, and I was wondering, financial literacy sessions.
Oh, thank you.
I was wondering if maybe, I know the mayor and council previously funded Bank on Rockville. Is it because it's coming to a close, or where are we on the pilot program?
We don't have enough staffing to do it as much as we did before. So we haven't been able to do as much as we did before, because we relied on interns to do it, and we couldn't get interns this year because of the low enrollment. We're going to hopefully get some next year, but yeah.
Okay.
So.
And you have funds in the Bank on Rockville program?
Yes, that's a special activity fund, so it doesn't.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay.
For our department?
Never mind.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I will just note, you're good. My colleagues have been talking about potentially starting next week early, and then maybe having community grants come next week. So if there's staff that are hanging around here to discuss community grants, I just wanted to say they can be released.
Just to clarify, are we in caregiver grants? Are we
Community and caregiver.
Okay, all right.
Both.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Grants.
clarify.
Yes. So is that okay by you all?
That is exactly what we were just conferring about, and that was my
We
recommendation.
are mind melding here.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. The Human Resources Department works in partnership to recruit highly qualified candidates and engage and retain the city's workforce by providing a full range of human resources and safety services in support of all city employees and the departments. There are several areas of focus under the Human Resources Department. Human Resources Operations, which includes recruitment, onboarding, performance management, employee relations and engagement, employee benefits management. We also have focus on health and wellness, where we provide programs and activities to create a positive work environment and improve employee well-being. And lastly, our risk and our safety and risk management also falls under HR in the city. Sometimes that's a separate entity, and that focuses on reducing work-related employee injuries and ensuring a safe and work environment. I'm delighted to share with you this evening the HR FY 2025 outlook and major changes. One of the first area of focus is employee engagement, and with the proposed restoration of funding for the HR associate position, we will once again manage the annual employee awards ceremony. Yay! In the winter of 2024, where we are focusing in on a date for that event. We will also focus additional pop-up appreciation events throughout the city, so that we're reaching staff where they work. So we're really excited about that. The employee engagement focus is really twofold. One, it's an opportunity for us to thank and recognize our employees. But one of the feedback that I've been receiving, I've been with the city for 6 months now, is that folks don't know each other. We hired a lot of new employees during COVID. So we want to create opportunities for folks to connect and long-term employees to reconnect. COVID kind of took us away a little bit. We worked in silos. So we're really focusing on those two priorities as we think about our engagement events. The second area is our ongoing focus on safety and risk mitigation. Overall employee safety and reduction of workplace injuries is an ongoing focus of our HR and safety and risk management team. That team is also responsible for ensuring compliance with federal and state occupational health and safety requirements. Our team works in partnership with all city departments to educate employees, conduct safety audits, and implement safety and risk mitigation strategies. Additionally, the city has a safety committee that meets monthly to review accidents and workplace injuries and discuss potential mitigation recommendations and solutions. And a lot of things that come through budget recommendations actually bubble up through that safety committee, and that committee is both staff and management. The risk management team is currently in the process of overseeing the completion of the roof fall protection solution at City Hall, at the Senior Center. City Hall has been completed, the swim center, as well as the water treatment plant. So those are just additional safety solutions that have been implemented. The FY 25 proposed budget includes additional funding for snow plow driver snow removal training to minimize potential property and vehicle damage during snow removal activity, and the purchase of welding and metal fume extractor to minimize substance inhaled in the fleet management services. I will say, as an HR person, never thought I'd be talking about a fume extractor, but here we are. The last area of focus is compensation, benefits, and well-being. As the Human Resources Department continues to focus on recruiting, retaining, and engaging the city's workforce, compensation, benefits, and well-being programs and activities are critical to our success in these areas. Employee engagement activities that I touched on earlier are important, but they're only a piece of the strategy. Comprehensive salary and benefits offerings are vitally important in attracting and retaining staff. There's a lot of conversation about that tonight. The city's FY24 budget included funding to conduct a compensation and classification study. We will complete the study in the winter of 2024, and the recommendations will be presented to this body following the completion of the study. And as Ms. Webster indicated, we will be working closely with the finance team to bring those recommendations forward. In addition to the classification and compensation study, we are planning a internal benefits survey to better understand the needs of city employees and their families as it relates to our benefit offerings. Finally, under benefits, Mr. Simoneau previously shared the benefit renewal work plans schedule with this body, and we are continuing to work that plan, and we are on schedule for our benefits renewal and planning implementation process. And finally, the department, the Human Resources Department will be selecting a new wellness vendor that will expand our ability to provide a mobile application for increased participation in our wellness program. And we believe that will increase the participation that will.
I think the noise is coming from the Black Eye Susan room, so if you could just mute them.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And so we believe that the portal will provide us with the opportunity to enhance the participation of city employees, particularly employees that are not tethered to an office or a computer, to more easily participate in our wellness activities. And the final piece of our budget is enhanced incentives under our wellness program. They fall under kind of two buckets. One is enhanced incentives for participation in wellness activities, and the other is enhanced incentive in the health assessment plan. And that is to, during the renewal of benefits, it's to encourage folks to participate in an annual health assessment, annual checkup, blood work, and screening that are age appropriate. And the intent there is to have employees create a positive relationship with a primary care provider. That would be an ongoing relationship. So those are the highlights and the outlooks for the HR team.
Thank you. Councilman Valeri.
Hello. So I know that I had previously asked the acting city manager this, but I always appreciate an opportunity to talk to anybody about.
I'm anybody. No.
I know, right?
Sorry, that was a midnight joke.
Exactly. Well, at least I got 9 minutes, but we can make midnight jokes, whatever. Our health insurance benefit. And Madam Mayor and I have talked about this a lot as well, coming from a background in healthcare policy, knowing what the networks look like. What is the time frame for reevaluating? Because we know it is a huge portion of personnel costs. What is the time frame on evaluating? And also, I don't see it in the 2025 outlook either. So in the budget book, unless I'm missing.
It's not.
Okay.
Not on page 172.
Yeah, on page 172 of the budget book. I would really like to strongly encourage it to be part of it, because I don't feel that we are getting the best, oh God, I can't think of a better phrase than the best bang for our buck. Like, I don't think we're providing the best possible.
Okay.
And I don't think we're getting, there are better ways to reduce those costs while providing, I think, better networks for health insurance. I understand, and this is separate from wellness, right? And I understand, Lord knows, I know how the health insurance companies are continually increasing. However, I think that the bargaining power of a city our size, we can find solutions and that provide the best. So I just want to drop it there.
Okay.
I want to make sure that it gets into the 2025 outlook, and if that was not shared with you, and I'm you know, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make that a priority going forward, because I think that we can more aggressively look at better solutions.
So I think the city manager sent us a response on that you are working on that.
Yes.
I agree that it is
Yes.
not on page 172.
Okay.
So I just want to, colleagues,
Okay.
are you good with making
Okay.
sure this is included as part of our 25 outlook?
Okay.
Yes.
And that is the timeline that I alluded to is the timeline that Mr. Simoneau had sent previously, and we are on schedule. And that includes a series of pre-renewal meetings and discussions and collaboration with our benefit broker to before we go to market, to understand what we're looking for, how we want to present ourselves to the market. And those discussions they have happened, they will continue to happen, and they are on schedule based on the work plan that Mr. Simoneau had said.
Thank you, and in checking with my colleagues, there's direction to make sure that's added from an accountability measure
Okay.
to page 172.
Okay, great.
Just very, very quickly, missing the employee homeownership program, I'm hoping that is
Yes, it's in process.
is
We
in
are
process.
we are
Is that going to happen
drafting.
this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
We have not discussed the timeline. We will have to do an internal review of that. So
Okay, so
can you?
if it's implemented in FY '25, it also just needs to be noted
Okay.
because
All
it's
right.
totally missing.
Okay.
And then I know that you talked about these employee events. Is that part of your goal to try to help incentivize people to come back into the building? Because I know that's something that the city manager has shared.
I think that's certainly a byproduct of getting back.
To get people to see each other. and
Yeah,
have
exactly.
relationships. Okay.
Because it is a constant theme as I matriculate through the city and visit the sites, that folks are really not knowing their colleagues.
Thank you. And something I've mentioned before, I didn't see it here, but I just wanted to see if there's support for this. But I think we need to recognize above and beyond employee engagement or behavior. So when someone is going above their work and not just your standard, I come in, I do what I'm supposed to do, but there's some people who are really pushing themselves and delivering for the city. We've seen it
Okay.
in some of the grants we've gotten where they really are working in overdrive. Some organizations do like a kudo or a small gift card or something that is not just the annual and not just for everybody, but that really points out those who are going above and beyond.
Okay.
I don't know if there are plans for that. I would like to just, if there's interest in that, that's something I would like to know. Because I think that we need to, people rise when they see those kind of things,
Bless
and they want to get that
Okay.
similar, recognition.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we'll commit to looking into the old on-the-spot cash award and seeing what we can drag back out and maybe give it a shot in the arm and bring something better back.
Yeah, and some of those employees are delivering lots of additional funding for the city that's helping us.
3.9 million.
So- All right. Any other questions on HR? Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to present a brief overview of our Information Technology Department FY25 Budget Outlook. We have made significant strides in advancing our technology landscape, reflecting our commitment to innovation, security, and excellence. In FY25, we will continue to build upon this solid foundation with an ambitious agenda that not only addresses the evolving needs of our city, but also sets new benchmarks of innovation in how we work. As we advance into FY25, our sights are set on the following initiatives. And number one is to establish new primary disaster recovery site for the city. Following industry best practice, we will be partnering with Montgomery County to set up a new data center and disaster recovery site at Equinix in Ashburn, Virginia. This upgrade will provide greater performance, security, resiliency, efficiency, and sustainability. This will enable us to enhance our disaster recovery capabilities, benefit from a faster bandwidth speed, reduced latency, and increased network performance. 2. To transition from desktop to mobile devices. In FY24, we turned the vital lessons learned from the pandemic into a framework for a robust mobile-first strategy with the core objective of implementing innovative technical solutions that will strengthen our city's core technology capabilities and fortify our city against the day of adversity. Our mobile-first strategy calls for migrating from desktops to mobile devices, migrating core city business applications to the cloud, migrating from traditional VPN solution to private access, migrating from traditional office desk phones to virtual soft phones, migrating from on-premise network storage to highly secure cloud storage, migrating from on-premise backup solution to cloud backup solution. With a successful implementation of Zscaler Private Access, which is currently in the testing phase, in FY25 we will begin the phased migration of our desktop to mobile devices. Number 3, we plan to go live with the upgraded cloud-based ERP solution for finance, procurement, and HR systems. This project is nearing completion with a critical phase of building the technology necessary to migrate our ERP system to fully managed cloud services. That is progressing nicely too. Project completion and go live are scheduled to occur in the fall of FY 2025. We will begin the important work on developing the right strategy, governance framework, and interim guidance for responsible artificial intelligence. While work on the interim guidance for AI will be completed soon, work on the AI governance framework is expected to be completed sometime in FY25. The first draft of the proposal and recommendation for AI governance framework have been submitted to the city manager's office. Review, discussions, and revisions are underway. Here are some of the major changes for FY25. One is the addition of one FTE Information Systems Engineer and restoration of a previously unfunded one FTE Information Systems Security Engineer. 2 is the addition of operating cost impact funding for new ERP system and new disaster recovery site. And finally, the addition of annualized funding for new 5-year security enterprise license agreement. That's all I have.
Thank you very much for the
You're
thorough
welcome.
presentation. Any questions from my colleagues? Well done, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll be hearing from police, Rockville City Police Department. Do we want to move to the next one if we need time? Let's do that, just. Public Works.
Hi, good evening. I'm excited to talk about some of the priorities for FY25 in Public Works. We obviously are a big service department. We offer a lot of different services across 7 different divisions, many different cost centers, and all different funds: general fund, water and sewer fund, stormwater fund, and the refuse fund. So our budget generally provides an ongoing commitment to infrastructure and services. Our operating budget increase is less than 6%. And I think that's really important to note that in an environment of really high inflation and supply chain issues over the last few years, that we've been able to maintain our services with only moderate increases to our operating budget. And the way we've been doing that is really to continue our active pursuit of outside revenue. Just since the beginning of FY23, Public Works alone has been successful in receiving 26 grants for over $13 million. Now, that's primarily in the capital side, but that does also affect our operating budget, and it allows for us to really control the budget increases that we've seen over time. We've had some pretty large increases to our commodity costs at our water treatment plant. Supply chain issues have affected our ability to complete some of our capital improvement projects on time, which does have an impact on our operating budget as well. Some of the priorities in FY25, it's difficult to list them all, but we do have a continued implementation of our climate action plan. On April 29th, we will be bringing before you an annual report on the climate action plan. That will allow for you to ask some additional details about how we are doing and how some of the action items are progressing. In FY25, though, we are going to continue our electrification of our fleet through our lease program. We have 16 additional electric vehicles planned for leasing in FY25. We have a proposed completion of our EV readiness plan, which will help us lay the framework for the continued electrification of not just our fleet, but for the community as well. We are going to continue operating our 2 compost sites. We do understand that there's a desire to expand that service to a 3rd site, and we are continuing to look for an appropriate location in the particular area of the city that's not currently served. And when we do so, we will then seek out some funding to implement that. The cost of an additional site is fairly nominal, and we do understand it's a very popular program, so we do want to seek out a way to expand that program. Our budget also in the CAP, or Climate Action Plan, we're going to continue the Stormwater Incentive Program. It's very popular with residents. That includes rainscapes, the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program, a tree stewardship program. And this is not particularly a budget item, but we do have planned in FY25 the installation of our first 2 solar facilities on city facilities, and then a continued assessment and planning for additional installations across the rest of our facilities in conjunction with either roof replacements or roof evaluations. Vision Zero is obviously another big priority. That's generally done through engineering and capital improvement projects, but it does have an impact on the operating budget as well. FY25 budget includes additional funding to our sign shop, which will assist with additional pavement markings, signage, and work on our traffic signals. And our budget also includes funding for a new pavement management software program, which will allow for us to quickly inspect and prioritize pavement repairs, which I know we've communicated with you quite frequently on how we're doing on that. We have 2 new positions proposed in the budget. The first, and really one that I think is really going to be well deserved, is a new FTE for our Traffic and Transportation Division to hire a senior transportation engineer. As you have all noticed, we have a lot of programs, a lot of projects, and that is a well-needed position. Our second position is a 0.5 FTE. That's called a Senior Environmental Compliance Inspector, and that's really to implement a cross-connection control program for our water distribution system. That's partially offset by revenue that we will collect from commercial property owners to conduct a backflow prevention inspection, which is just a device that will help protect our water system. That's necessary to be in compliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act, and it's something that we really need to do for regulatory compliance. Also, our budget funds the continued compliance with the lead and copper rule, which is an EPA mandated program. One thing I'd like to mention is also over COVID, we did have a lot of issues with staffing vacancies, especially in our recycling and refuse program. With the support of the mayor and council, we instituted a recruitment and retention incentive program for our recycling and refuse employees, which was very successful. We're now down to maybe 1-2 vacancies, and it's really just a cycle of the natural tendency of that position to turn over. So our staffing has really stabilized, and that's provided us the ability to ensure that our services are conducted with very little interruption. So that's good news, and our recruitment incentive has now expired. So that's all positive, and it's not included as funded in our FY25 budget. That's all I have. So I'm here for questions. I'm sure you have some for me.
Thank you very much. Just note that we really appreciate all of our departments presenting this evening, and infrastructure, although people don't always think about it every day, it's a really important part of the quality of life of our city. Councilmember Valeri.
You know I was going to be first on this one. First off, I want to thank everybody who's here at 12:08. So you can make the midnight jokes now. It's official. I do want to say, I think Public Works has done absolutely phenomenally, and especially around acquiring these grants and implementing them and tracking them. And I know it's not always easy. What I noticed in the request for additional staff, knowing that, for every senior level position, there may be the need for additional administrative support staff. Do you expect or need that sort of support? Like, for instance, I'm thinking specifically, in traffic and transportation. Let's call it transportation mobility, but traffic and transportation. We're going gangbusters with grants and so forth, but for all those additional and the engineers, do we essentially, I'm going to stop talking, do we have enough support staff to support?
Yes, we do. And in fact, in FY24 budget, we did have an increase of 0.5 FTEs for an administrative staff member in our department, which is centrally located in our management support division and provides broad administrative support for our entire department. So we did get that resource last year. We're set now.
Okay, because that was going to be my only consideration, was because of the focus between Vision Zero and the pedestrian master plan, looking at, down the road, if there is an additional non-senior level, maybe mid-level position to try to kind of help spread the love, as it were. So there's that. I just want to note, and it's not really a budget-related thing, but on the propose a project for the CIP, a lot of those are not actual CIPs. They're really more they're really more like Vision Zero or pedestrian master plans. So I just want to make sure that they don't fall through no pun intended, that they don't fall through the cracks, and that we get back to people on those. Because I think some of them are really good. And then last thing, I'm trying to go fast because I know it's 12:11. The additional site for composting, you said that you're looking for funding to implement that. Are you looking for additional funding during the budget discussion, or did you mean something else?
No, so I'll answer your last question first. We want to find a site that will work first before we seek the funding, because we know how much it costs to implement a site without any additional modifications to that site, but depending on where we choose, there might actually be some change to that site, whether it's a pad for the collection receptacles, or whether it's a change in the parking arrangement or the circulation. So we first want to locate a site, and we want to vet that through our Recreation and Parks Department if it's at a city facility. And if it's at a private facility, whatever necessary agreements are to execute that, we're going to have to work through that. So until we do so, we won't come back and ask for any funding. But given that the cost is going to be fairly nominal, my understanding is that even if we are to find that in FY25, we likely will have some capacity to implement it in the current fiscal year without actually budgeting for it in advance.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting to, and of course, I would be remiss if I didn't say a location somewhere in the southern part of the city would be most advantageous, because I know of a lot of folks in this a lot of folks in the south that even see going to the senior center as quite the trek, especially when you've got a pail full of compost. You probably want to go someplace closer. So, thank you. I really appreciate the answers.
Thank you. Just to clarify, on the composting, are we committed to doing that expansion in FY25?
We are committed to looking for a location the rest of this fiscal year into FY25. And if we are successful at finding a suitable location in that particular part of the city, then yes, we will come to the city manager and request funding to do that. And we believe that there will be capacity built into the budget that we will have the ability to do that without directly appropriating funds for it.
Okay, you know my opinion on it. We need to make it happen in FY25.
Understood.
It is so popular. You guys have done a fantastic job, and I know our environment liaison is shaking his head too, because we both heard it. I know the Twin Brook community has that. The southern part of the city needs something.
Right. The challenge really has been that the city doesn't own a lot of property in the southern part of the city that has adequate parking facilities and circulation to make that operation work as it's currently being conducted at the two other facilities. So if we can find that and make it work and work out some of the logistical challenges, we will absolutely do so.
Thank you. I think you gather how important it is that we make it happen in FY25.
Yes.
Thank you. I have very quick questions. The stormwater plan, that's going to happen. I know that's been in process, right? So is that also going to be completed by FY25?
Yeah, that's the flood resiliency master plan. That is that's a capital improvement project. So that's being conducted at CIP.
Okay, perfect. And then I should have asked this in the HR question, but similar to the comments on Vision Zero, it seems like you could benefit from an intern or some additional support. So it's a general question of maybe in FY25 we're looking at how we can get intern support. I know that we're getting a very small micro program with the Summarize, but I do want to see how we can not only get support for staff but also help young budding leaders.
Sure. We actually have some funding for a temporary FTE in our traffic and transportation division. That has been a long-time resource that we've used, a former city employee to help assist us with some of the implementation of laying out some traffic improvements that we've done. And we expect that to shift some of those resources to an intern that will help with our pet and bike coordinators' work in FY25 and beyond. So we don't need any additional resources to implement that now.
And just one small thing I'll note in the budget book, the page 210 talks about 270. We need to get the opinion of this current mayor and council on this topic. I sent an email out to staff about what's going to be coming before us on TPB, but I just wanted to note, I know that only business is likely going to be cut very short, but just to note that we need to have an agenda item before the TPB meeting so that this mayor and council can weigh in and I can represent the full collective body thought. I'm seeing thumbs up on that. Can we make that work on the future agenda? Okay, and then we may have to just make sure that we're clear in the budget document. Any other questions? Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a liaison to RBAC, one of the things that they recommended as a project to consider was capital bike share rack, particularly in Twin Brook. I just wanted to see what the feasibility would be, cost and such. I do recognize we are in a budget crunch, but I did want to make sure I lifted the point. That's all.
Yeah, I do have some information on that. So we do have several bike share stations throughout Rockville. We do recognize that they are not necessarily in the Twin Brook neighborhood and other parts of the city. The bike stair stations do require upfront capital cost. They range from about $60,000 to $80,000 for the installation, and then there's an annual maintenance cost of about $13,000 per station. So that is not included in the FY25 budget. The county maintains those, or the county manages the program, but the municipalities are able to install their own facilities, and we have done so in the past, but that's not currently funded. Yes.
Can I ask a follow, sorry, just to add to your commentary, there are these Lime bikes that are popping up in the past 2 weeks. Could we be creative with making some parking stations or something and make sure that we follow up with those companies to go to Twinbrook? Because that didn't require capital resource, but we're seeing them in the city. We just need them in Twinbrook as well.
Sure, understood. Yeah, we can reach out to those vendors and request that they be deployed, on a regular basis to parts of the city that we want them deployed in, so that we will increase participation and usage from parts of the city that are, maybe underserved on that type of program.
Dr. Mouse.
Quick follow-up. Thanks for the answer. I apologize about not giving you the question in advance. That wasn't fair on my part, but thanks for having the answer. Is it possible that we can look at certain bike share stations that we currently have that are underused and move them? And again, this is, my neighbor's gonna kill me, but kind of in the Hungerford, right there behind 7-Eleven, there's a station that I pass by when I go get my Thai food. I've used it once. I haven't seen it used terribly enough, but again, that's my anecdotal data. But as an example, are there stations that we could, how feasible is it to move something that we already have?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I can definitely work with our pet and bike coordinator who has relationships with the Capital Bike Share representatives. We can ask those questions about, what the usage rate is on the existing stations, and then what the feasibility is to redeploy that same station to another location.
Got it. I mean, ideally, we have all of them, but I do want to be mindful with our pennies. That's all.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could get back to us on the other creative types of bike share opportunities, and perhaps if we can also have a place to park them, because that's been an area where we're seeing them fall over or not.
We actually, yes, I agree, and that is an initiative of, I believe it's in the pedestrian master plan, because a lot of times these get placed in areas that block the flow of pedestrians on public sidewalks. We just recently applied for a grant through AARP that will help fund docking stations and corrals that are located in areas that these e-bike scooters and e-bikes are used commonly, so that they can be placed in specific areas. And they'll either use existing parking on the street or in other convenient locations, so that there's a designated space to park them.
That would be great. And, if they're putting them in some parts of the city and they're using a public right-of-way, it seems that we would have some leverage to say we need them in Twinbrook too.
Yep.
Yeah. Councilman Valeri.
And to that point too, if we are looking at where the stations currently are, we're looking at utilization, then we should also look at how that all dovetails with our existing bikeways master plan to make sure, because that's my initial thing. I love the idea of more stations, right? But then when I look at the south part of the city generally and the biking infrastructure, I'm like, oh my, I don't know if we're ready for more. Sure. But it's an impetus, right, to for us to look at those areas and be a little more thoughtful. But I really do. I appreciate anything that can be done, because I love the idea of it, and I agree with Madam Mayor. If we can, we see a lot of e-scooters in the south part of the city, not as many bikes or e-bikes as I think people would like to use.
Sure.
Thank you, and thank you for talking about the commitment of getting 2 solar projects in FY25. I just want to make sure that's updated on page 223.
Yes, we will update it between the proposed and adopted budget.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to take us back to police. Chief?
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody today?
Glad we got coffee.
No midnight jokes. That ship sailed. That ship sailed. Okay. Good morning, Mayor, and council. Let me just go through our, if we can go to the next slide, let me go through our outlook for 2025. The most significant thing is staffing efforts, recruitment and retention. That is number one, that's paramount. It's not only do we do that simultaneously with other priorities, but staffing is very, very important for us right now. As you all know and fully aware that the county pulled out over 6 months ago. That has left us with managing virtually 100% of the calls for service in the city, which has stressed our agency. So staffing is very, very important in recruitment. So recruitment efforts are substantive for us. In fact, we have a hiring event this Saturday at the PD, the 13th. Just to give you a couple fun facts is that the most competitive job in America is law enforcement. Very, very hard to fill, and you can't cut corners on those positions. Usually it's about anywhere between 4 and 6 people out of 100 that will end up being viable candidates. And then you have to go through state mandated regulations. So we're looking very much, as you know, we have those 6 additional funded positions that you just approved. Under our former process was 67 sworn. If we use that number today, we have 3 vacancies under the 67. I have 2 contingent offers that I have made to individuals, and we have 4 additional lateral hires that are possible. But again, we're in the preliminary stage with that so I can make a contingent offer. We want to implement specialty pay with the PD. Specialty pay is new to the city of Rockville, is not new to law enforcement. Most agencies remain competitive with certifications like K-9, DUI certification, and toxilizer certification. They offer that additional certification, that pay for those specialties. So that's very, very important. And as you are aware too, we were the first agency to implement a language stipend for the Rockville City Police Department. Again, not rare for here, not rare for anywhere else I've been in my 35 years. So we have done that very successfully, and I think it's moving throughout the city now. Complete our radio upgrade. We did a white paper. Our staff did an extraordinary job of getting an earmark for over $960,000 for that. So we are very thankful for our congressional delegation. We're thankful for everything that we have for that. Those radio upgrades are very important. Our radio system is aging out, and we have to replace those radios, not only our portables, but our in-car. Community outreach and engagement, that speaks for ourselves. We're the best in the county when we do that by far. When we look at our engagement, the events that we do on a regular basis throughout the city, we'll continue to do those things. Just to give you an example, our last community engagement event was our steering lock giveaway, where we had 120 steering locks. We gave those away. We had it scheduled for 4 hours. We were done in 2 hours in very trying weather conditions, pouring rain, the high significant weather issues that we had. However, we have reached back out to those key manufacturers, and we have 240 more steering wheel locks that should be arriving pretty soon, and we'll have another event to do the same. And as I shared with you, some of the feedback we had was just fantastic. But those community engagement events will continue. We'll continue to think out of the box to bring our community together, something that we do extraordinarily well with the selfless work of the men and women of the police department, is to have those type of engagement events. We're looking at doing another fair and impartial policing implicit bias training for our community later on this year. And with a hybrid of events we'll have in the fall, our holiday, our open house, etc. The major changes, as you're aware, is adding those 6 FTEs. Those 60 FTEs are very, very important, but you just can't hire just right off the bat. It's very, very difficult to hire, especially in a very, very competitive market. We feel really good where we're at right now. but we have to continue to strive to, to hire the best people for our city. There's additional funds. We had an enhancement for our internal investigations, software to help us manage those things. And as you've seen, we've put out and I've messaged to you and to our community, we close a lot of cases. We have great investigators in a detective bureau, in our criminal investigative unit. So using those things, not only enhancements that we have for using technology, but also adding cameras into our interview rooms and extra things like that is very, very important for us. The automated traffic enforcement program, again, as you're aware, that all of our cameras were aged. All of whether speed cameras or red light cameras, all of our 27 cameras, 10 red light cameras, and 17 speed cameras. Those cameras have all been replaced under a new contract that we have. So we have state-of-the-art equipment on all those red light cameras, and we anticipate an increase in our red light camera program, and hopefully as we change behavior, obviously you'll see a decline in sometimes in the automated traffic enforcement and speed cameras. So again, that's all I have right now. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll just note that we really appreciated the public safety update you provided. I know there was an article on it in Rockville Reports as well. Looking forward to seeing the annual report. But this whole body is very supportive. We appreciate all the great work that the officers are doing to protect our cities while the rest of the city sleeps. And I know that you all have done so much work from COVID to now, and really lead with compassion and support. We have taken a number of efforts to try to support the police department, from drop program to looking at some of the increase in different kinds of pay we provide. I know that this is a competitive market, and last year we did do a review just to make sure that after the budget was passed that we are still remaining competitive. So I know that's something that the city manager has on his radar, right? To potentially look at to make sure that we're being competitive.
That is correct. We plan at the end of the fiscal year in the month of July to re-look at the competitiveness of us versus others, and we'll provide that information to the mayor and council probably early August.
Okay, because this
with
body
any
has,
recommendations we may have or plans to change if there is a need.
Thank you. This body has shared that we want to make sure we are reducing the response times. I know that we're getting some funding from the county for the 6 positions. We'll be testifying for additional support with the county council tomorrow. But if we can't recruit those folks, then we're not going to change the response times. So, and the whole body weighed that's an imperative for us in FY25, and we appreciate the creative things that you're doing to help recruit. I mentioned to you one question I was going to give you a heads up on was the red light camera. And speed camera. I believe it's been several years since we added any new cameras, and some of my colleagues mentioned that. I just wanted to see, do we have plans to make recommendations for that in FY25 and potentially implement additions?
Thank you for the question. Let me just go back to your core question regarding the extraordinary work that the men and women do on the police department. I think I don't want to let that go by without a comment. We have selfless, courageous, professional police officers that do great work each and every day. We're the best in the county by far, in my opinion. Going back to your core question regarding automated traffic enforcement, our contract allows for expansion. It comes with a cost per camera. Speed cameras can only go in residential and school zone areas. Red light cameras, and we have to look at, whether state road versus city road, and we have to do an analysis. And then ultimately, if it's not an approved location, we have about 100 approved locations throughout the city. And if it's not an approved location, then we seek approval for the SHA for approval, and then we can do that. Yes, we can.
You just want to see, that's, some of you have raised it last time. Is that something you're interested in having them come back to us with recommendations?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
I heard a resounding yes at this.
Sure.
So, is that, just when working with the city manager's office, can you please come back to us and see how we can expand, or at least we're giving approval to look at expanding by 1 to 2 at least?
We can certainly do that. Automated traffic enforcement is there to change behavior, to make our roads safer for everyone. It's very, very important. It's a force multiplier for us because we can't be everywhere at every time. So it's a huge issue, so we can certainly do that.
Thank you. Councilmember, Valeri, and then Councilmember Van Grack.
Hello. On that note, because the speed limit has now been lowered on Veers Mill, and that is a section of roadway that has never had automated speed enforcement, no, red light enforcement either. I would be curious to see, because we did get the one near Gale Avenue. Beyond that, I would be interested to see the effectiveness there, and any additional locations. So I'm supportive of funding additional cameras. I wanted to, got derailed. It's 12:33. On that note, looking at the embedded mental health specialists, that I know many of us have bragged on you to other jurisdictions. It seems like it has been extremely effective.
Yes.
As far as freeing up resources and allowing people, officers to stay on the beat. I would be supportive of funding in FY25, if not later, the addition of a additional mental health specialist, because if we are continually being asked by the county to respond to, among many other places, the crisis center, maybe there's better coordination there. Just been trying to think creatively, in particular, with that location, but in general, I don't feel like our mental health crisis in this country is going anywhere anytime soon. So I just wanted to throw that out for my colleagues and for you as well, because I think it's a phenomenal program.
If I may?
Of course.
If I may, that's something that I've advocated since the inception of embedding a mental health clinician to the police department. I think it's a best practice. It's a best practice in the state. I presented at MML on it. And I'm very, very happy where we're at. And as I've spoke to this body and others, we have one person. One person doesn't cover 24/7. And ultimately, I would advocate absolutely to increase that. I think it's important. We respond to an enormous amount of people in crisis, and having that model, that co-responder model for us, with the appropriate resources, absolutely a win for our city.
Thank you. And I know that the rate of burnout is already tough enough for your officers, let alone mental health specialists. So I would love to include that if we
Thank
can.
you.
Councilmember Van Grack.
Thanks. I just want to first echo what the mayor was saying, because not only do you and your department deserve accolades, but you deserve additional accolades this year because of what's been happening with Montgomery County, that you've been kind of been at a forced disadvantage that we're working, and the whole mayor and council working to correct. So not only have you been doing a great job, you've been doing a great job at a collective disadvantage because of that pullout. So I just want to make sure that we heap that praise upon you and your department for that.
Thank you.
I also want to follow up with something the mayor said with regard to, what she was talking about, this assessment of salaries. And I've asked staff to go through, similar to what's been done in past years, and look at the salaries of the different police departments in not only Montgomery County, but in the surrounding jurisdictions. And I know that, thankfully to the city manager and collectively with the mayor and council, we've adjusted this past year at the beginning of this year to make sure that we are towards the top of those salaries. And I know that with this upcoming budget season, there could be an area that a situation where we're not at that level. How important from your perspective is making sure that we're in that top area for police departments' salaries, and does this year, with regard to the fact that we're going to have that larger recruitment, factor into the importance of the salaries?
It's critically important. Let me just go back to your first point about, some of the work we've done. I want to be very clear to this body is that, I've been in this business for 35 years. I've managed at the 6th largest agency in this nation. I've been the chief for 8 years in 2 different cities. We have the work that gets done is because of the police officers, not me. It's the work that they get done every day in the road. I am exceptionally proud of them. They do a great job, and they're the best in the business. I love our cops, and they do a great job. But we have to be competitive, and I'm very happy where, the city manager, finance director, HR director, got together, and we're able to put something together in late of 23, in December of 23. But this is an ever-changing market, and it's the most competitive market in America. So I appreciate any efforts you can to keep us there.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to be having to, in this fiscal year and potentially sooner, fill between 7 and 9 spots, right, as part of that recruitment.
Correct. As it stands right now, with the 6 that are there and the 3 I have open, we have 9 right now, and that was because we just had a retirement, and we just had a retirement. You probably saw some of our posting that one of our fine corporals just retired, and we had an individual that just went back to his home state up north because of family issues. Wish we could have kept him, but we're working really hard. I have 2 contingent offers, should be final offers with this week, and I have multiple laterals also, which laterals are really important right now because I can put them on the road very quickly, especially when they're Maryland certified. And we save ourselves thousands of dollars in training and effort, because normally from application to hire to academy to FTO, you're looking at 12 months. Right there. So it's, again, there's so much mandated training. So, sorry if I'm a little bit long in the tooth there.
I mean, along those lines, City Manager, I appreciate you saying that we're going to be looking towards right at the start of this fiscal year, comparing to other jurisdictions, the salaries and doing an assessment. And, I'd ask, to the extent that we're looking at that, not just reassessment, that we look to see where we can place the salaries that we are going to be proposing in that assessment in a similar range towards the top of the jurisdictions that we've got now. And to the extent, that there's the will of the body, to the extent we've got that, I'd like to, convey that we'd like to be able to make sure that we've got, Chief, to you, the necessary tools from a salary perspective to make those hires appropriately.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the body has shared during the public safety note that that's something we're very committed to. We look forward to the review. Appreciate the comments of my colleagues that we're all on the same page. Public safety, I say, is something that people take for granted until they don't have it. And we don't want to be in that position. So thank you for the fine work that you're doing.
We're not in that position, because of your support. That's what's different. That's what makes us different than a lot of other bodies, is that we have support here. And for that, I am forever grateful.
The last thing I'll just note is I think that it is imperative for us to detail more clearly how much resource that we need to provide to support the crisis center when the county is looking at funding for the support we provide. That's something that's unique to Rockville, and we're going above and beyond. I clocked the note of 127 calls for service. I think there needs to be a dedicated letter on this particular issue, because if we're in a position of, even as you said, it could take a year to hire new people, that not having that additional support is a challenge, and I think we need to clearly articulate it.
I'm in full support of that. The Crisis Center, Montgomery County HHS, have been extraordinary partners with us. The people at the Crisis Center are wonderful, wonderful people. So we'll do whatever I'm more than happy to support any positive endeavor that would get them the assistance that they need there.
And Lastly, there was last budget season, on one of the enhancements was a request for cameras. I didn't see that come through this time. I don't have to answer it this evening, but I would like to know if that's still an issue, that you're wanting cameras, or how we are, is the Montgomery County program successful in that where we wanted cameras, they're showing up. I'm not sure that that's happening.
It's a very new program. It's probably a little premature to tell, what the results are from that. In my experience, I think cameras are a huge positive issue. As you know, I've started camera registration system here, voluntary system with the Rockville City Police Department, with our Rockville program. I think that's very, very important. I don't have that answer for you, Madam Mayor, right now, but I can certainly look into it, how
Thank
that's
you. I
going.
think it's something we need to watch and see if we need to make some changes there.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to add that Chief Brito has delivered the annual report to me. The annual report is embedded in the first monthly report that I'll be providing to you. So I have that annual report, and we're finalizing that monthly report that'll be attached to, in addition to vacancy report. We're trying to combine all that into that monthly report and give it to you. So he has transmitted that to me, and it'll be to you shortly.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Valeri has one final question.
I guess this is more of a procedural question for, to go forward, if we do want to add that FTE to the budget for fiscal year 25, are we looking at a similar situation as we talked about the other possible FTE? Like what would the option be, and what would you need from, if people are in agreement, A, how to have the discussion, I guess, but B, how would we proceed forward with that?
Sure. So I do have a schedule of recommended changes for the operating budget. There is some capacity there, but it's only going to go but so far. So it just depends on what the body would recommend, what you would like to pursue with those available funds.
Thank you. And if something would we be looking at increasing salaries versus, I mean, we really need to get to the salary discussion too. So I think maybe as we look at what's available in July, that maybe we look specifically also at the mental health specialists, because I want to make sure we have support for being able to recruit people. That's mission critical.
Yeah.
Right. So the budgetary capacity that I'm talking about would be for the adopted budget.
Right.
And so looking at salaries in July, August, that may indeed result in other conversations. But what I was referring to was specifically for the adopted budget.
Thank you. Councilman Van Gogh.
Just one final question. I know we've heard about the potential Shady Grove Metro Annex, and I know that with Montgomery County kind of pulling out, I just didn't know if that's going to cause any additional stress on the Rockville Police Department with the annexation that may occur in this fiscal year towards the end.
We've done an analysis. Appreciate your question. That would require additional FTEs to support that. That is the number one call for service volume station in Montgomery County on the red line. It's an extraordinary amount. So we would look at probably 3 to 4 FTEs adding to the police department if we are going to support that. That would cause an additional significant stress on the agency. To do that. And the calls range from serious felonies to all sorts of calls, accidents with injuries, the myriad of calls. And it would, bringing 3 metro stations into the city would be significant for us. And it would require us to really, you're looking at increasing the budget, by FTEs here substantially.
Thank you. Can we get data on the calls for service at Shady Grove Metro? And then also, I would just note that there is potentially an offset with the tax revenue that comes in that potentially could support our police department.
Yeah, we've provided that before. We can provide it
Madam
again.
Mayor, that information should be provided to you in the annexation plan that's being worked right now. All the support that the city would have to provide, including the additional officers and all that background information, should be compiled when they bring that annexation plan to you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you
Have
very
a
much.
good morning.
Good morning. So last but not least, welcome Recreation and Parks. Are you having fun yet?
Oh my God.
There are some things I won't miss.
Happy retirement.
As you got, good evening, good morning.
Good morning, good evening, and I'll just, since it has been mentioned, it was in Rockville reports that you'll be retiring. You will be deeply missed, and we really appreciate all the work of the Recreation and Parks Department.
Well, thank you. And that's a perfect lead into what I wanted to say first to you guys. It's been 45 years. The last 40 of which, sorry, Chief, you're still a spring chicken. The last 40 of which have been in the public sector, Recreation and Parks Departments, in 3 different states, multiple jurisdictions. What I want you guys to hear from me and understand from my base of experience, Rockville truly has an exceptional Recreation and Parks Department. That's not me. I'm going to channel some of what Vic was saying. That's the staff. That's the people who actually get out and do the work. As I said at the retreat, and I think you guys agreed with me, if Rockville is still going to be an attractive destination for developers, if it's still going to be an attractive destination for businesses, we can't take it for granted. So I'm asking you, please pay attention to the department. By the time the wheel starts to squeak, you're in trouble. So, that being said, thank you. The Recreation and Parks Department continues to provide our residents with services, facilities, programs, activities, events, parks, and green spaces that help foster social equity, embrace our diversity, and meet or exceed best practices in municipal recreation and parks departments. Our operating budget supports and reflects our efforts to meet these challenges and respond to the opportunities and continue setting the standard for excellence in the DMV. As far as the outlook for FY25, when we talk about adopted plans, and one of the reasons it is truly an exceptional department is it's strategic. Listen to this list of plans that we follow and have adopted. You got the department's strategic master plan. You've got the Swim and Fitness Center's facility audit. You've got the ADA audit and transition plan. King Farm Farmstead condition assessment. Arts and culture study. Senior citizen needs assessment and gap analysis. All the while we're consistent with the comprehensive plan and the climate action plan. That's a strategic approach to recreation and parks. Again, one of the reasons they are what they are. I guess I can still say we for a little bit longer. We are what we are. New program access office. That's ADA in the programming sense. Just for an example of why we need this position, this past year we've had over 140 requests for modifications in programs, not in facilities, in programs. That's only going to increase when the word gets out that we have that ability. The construction, these are the projects we hope to complete this year. Expand youth and teen programming. That is an every year thing. We're growing and expanding and learning from the best practices, from benchmarking, from the communities and from the kids themselves. We are expanding those. And then asset management software, hope to implement that this year. Major changes, we talked about the program access supervisor, the tree climber. To answer your question, we have 3-person crews. That's the best for efficiency and safety. We've been operating with 1 3-person crew and 1 2-person crew. So this will finally fill it back. We'll have 2 fully functional crews. Can they do emergency work? That's part of what they do. But are they busy? Oh yeah. Look at the street trees we have around the city, just as an example. But yes, that's what the third one will do is fill out the second team. Public arts programs, you heard about that. Oh, I'm sorry, the FTEs. The other one is the preschool teachers. Increasing them to 0.8 will allow us to have a full day rather than a half day and half day. Public arts programs are gone. Funding, these are a couple of new things. The Dawson Farm Pavilion structurally is failing. That wasn't anticipated. That's why it's new in the major changes. Playground rubber surface repairs. We have a life cycle schedule for playground equipment that's pretty well figured out. It's pretty predictable. We're finding that the playground rubber, the spongy stuff, doesn't have the same lifespan. So we're having to come up with a schedule for that too. We want to be predictable. We want to make it easy for finance. So that's why that one's a new one for FY25. And then OCIs, in case you don't know, that's operating cost impacts. As Six-Taff Court comes online, facilities has responsibilities for the operations of Six-Taff Court. I think you guys are aware of the minimum wage situation. Okay, I won't belabor that. And then the compression that causes if we raise the floor. And okay, so those are financially two of our biggies for FY25. And then there is a decreased funding for electricity. I think it was $67,000. Anyway, it was a huge amount. But so those are the big changes for FY25. Now I have to admit I sent all my staff home. They were here for a while, so I will answer questions that I can, but otherwise I'll get back to you with their answers.
Thank you so much for all you do. I think that the Rec and Parks program really are about the quality of life of Rockville, and so many of our families move here because of it. So deep appreciation. I will also say a note that last budget season I did call that there was a potential issue with the electricity and that it was really high. So
You did.
I'm so glad.
You did call that out.
I'm so glad it's working in our favor this year. I'll be very quick. The youth wait list, although we have expanded the teen programming and other youth programming, it was even higher this year than last year.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on there, but perhaps we need to be looking at flows on MCPS student data to be able to chart this out. But I was surprised. Your program is fantastic. It's a problem of your own success, but we've got to give kids things to do. So my question is, given what you've seen in the latest waitlist numbers, not counting the week that Teens on the Go where you're sending kids to the Orioles, because everyone's going to want to do that.
Orioles and Great Wolf Lodge in the
Great Wolf
same
Lodge
week.
in 1 week. But does this FY25 budget, will you anticipate it will reduce that wait list in the future?
We have a detailed analysis for that wait list that we didn't want to bring tonight because we didn't want you guys to be down there, delving into all the data. But we will get that out to you. There are multiple factors. I will come around to try to answer your question. One of the things that we find happening is you register your kid for 5 different programs that are all the same week, hoping you get one of them. So 4 of them are on a wait list, and 1 of them you get in. So the numbers aren't unique individuals. We have that breakdown for you. That'll be part of what you'll see. Yes, we are trying even harder in I can't try harder. We're trying in FY25 to accommodate even more. There's also got to be ballet isn't for everybody. Soccer isn't for everybody. Trips aren't for everybody. So it's not just a matter of more. Sometimes it's a matter of different and better. But yes, we're well aware of it, and as you said, it's a good problem to have in some ways.
Yeah, and I would just note, last year when I had raised this topic, you did share unique numbers. So I think it'll be helpful for this mayor and council to see. And we will want to know, I believe, whether does this position us for really reducing that waitlist count for unique people.
Yes.
And then I do know that I've heard from families who really rely on the programs for childcare that August is a big issue for them.
Yes. Well, and one of the, just so you know, and I don't want to get down into the weeds at this late time, programs that are based at the schools, we don't have it for the whole summer. I can tell you from personal experience, that's what I started doing back when I was 15 years old, working at overnight summer camps. Summer camps are a blast. They are intense. And the staff starts to burn out. College students start to go back. Teachers say, no, I need a week off before school starts again. So there are multiple factors. But we do recognize that August is a tough time. What you'll see that we try to do is that's where we shift some of the programs to the centers, because we don't have the need for as many sites, but we do still have needs for August. So we are trying to shift those and have more of the programs at the community centers.
And I think faith-based institutions have come to us in the past and said, if you need space, let us know. I know you leveraged a few last year. So.
Yes. Okay. Oh, we aren't too proud to work with just about anybody.
Thank you. Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask is related to the preschool. Not everyone knows in Rockville that we actually do have a child care center. We appreciate that. Are we over? Is there a long wait list for that preschool?
Comes and goes. I don't know right this moment, right this month, if we have a long wait list or not. Sometimes we do. Pre-pandemic, our wait list was longer than the capacity. So it was more than double the number of kids we could handle. I don't think it's been back to that lately, but let me double check for you.
Okay, and then the increase, as you said, is going to allow full day coverage for parents.
Yeah, sort of like the August situation, parents are saying we really could use full day.
Okay. And then the last comment, I sent a question on this, but it was just related to Park Shelter. In the community survey, we saw requests for shelters in parts of the city we don't have them. Yep. I'm not asking that we bump shelters, and that you have a schedule for that, but that we look at the survey and where we're getting these requests and put them on the list for future shelter consideration.
Sure.
Just any other comments, or are you guys supportive of that? Yeah. Okay, yes. Okay. You heard from us. Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? Right. Thank you. Tim, we're going to miss you. We tried to keep you here as long as we could because we didn't want to let you go.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, well, first I want to thank staff for being here and hanging in there with us through this work session. I'm going to recommend that we move the discussion around those grants to next week, but I would like the opportunity to share with you some of those recommended changes to the budget so that you can at least see that and have that information as we move towards that final work session. Does that sound okay? I don't think it will take more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think my colleagues, we proactively offered to move the entire grants discussion until next week. Sure. And we'd like to start earlier to accommodate that, just because we don't want to be in a similar situation next week with tackling CIP. Is that okay by staff?
Currently, we're at a 10:30 adjournment. So my question would be, do you want to start at 6 or 6:30?
6 o'clock, please.
6 o'clock start, and we'll put the grant stuff right up front at 6 o'clock.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to try to zoom in here. Can everyone see what's on the screen?
Thank you. And you're just going to share with us. You're not asking us to all weigh in at this time yet. Okay, thank you.
Just sharing. So we do have a set of recommended changes to the operating budget. I'd like to just review these with you. The expectation is that we can fold in changes later, next time, that come from the body. So staff first recommends that the tax duplication revenue be reduced by $587,000 for the adopted budget. We understand that there's still ongoing advocacy, but at this stage, we think it would probably be most responsible to just reflect that reduction now. And if things change for the better, we can always make adjustments later. Proposed expenditure adjustments are detailed in this next section. Okay. This includes an expenditure reduction associated with the personnel forecast update. So when the proposed budget is compiled, it uses personnel data as of December 31st. This updated personnel forecast uses employee data as of March 31st. So this is updated to reflect vacancies, changes in hiring that have happened in the last 3 months. There's also a recommended expenditure reduction for a rubber tire loader. If you recall, that was funded on the March amendment. So that that vehicle replacement no longer needs to be reflected in the FY 2025 budget. In addition, staff is recommending an expenditure reduction which would remove the budgeted employee leave buyback. The mayor and council will have the opportunity to fund the leave buyback benefit on the fall budget amendment using either personnel savings or reserves. This approach was also taken in FY 2024. Another recommended expenditure reduction is for the subscription-based IT arrangements. It's shown here as SPITA. I referenced this earlier in the presentation as a new accounting requirement from GASB. This is essentially an accounting estimate that we've updated. We also review this as the year goes on to make sure we have sufficient budget appropriations, and sometimes we need to make little tweaks at year end and things like that. So this is just an accounting estimate that we would reduce. Finance has identified some contractual cost savings. There's an upcoming audit award which will offer some cost savings, and we identified some cost savings from Montgomery County's property tax invoicing. They do share periodic updates with us, and they give us a forecast for the next year, and so that reflected some savings there. There are recommended expenditure increases associated with 2 capital projects. For the Maintenance and Emergency Operations Facility project, the operating cost impacts for the project as a whole is decreasing, but it is shifting. So more of that OCI, that operating cost impact, is shifting more into FY 2025 and less in FY 2026. For the data center and disaster recovery project, staff identified project costs which were better suited for the operating budget. So there'll be some reductions that you'll see in the packet, and we'll share next week. Reductions to the CIP, but then some increases to the operating budget. So it's just a movement from capital to operating. Then lastly, there are operating cost increases for the city's network security monitoring and incident response licenses, and for planned internet service provider transitions and upgrades. So those are some increases that are reflected there. All in all, this leaves, with these recommendations that we've put forward, there is capacity, budgetary capacity in the general fund of a little over $159,000. There may be, I expect we'll have conversations next week about grants. So there could be more adjustments that could add to or reduce this budgetary capacity. But at that point, we can have that conversation and figure out what is remaining, and if there are other initiatives that the mayor and council would like to see funded, one-time funds. At that point, it's really up to the body.
Thank you very much. It's good to be able to go into next week with this information. I know my colleagues have shared a range of ideas. Are you keeping a list of the things we've asked you to look into, potential additions? Because I just want to make sure as we go into the grants that we may not be working with all of this, but there may be things that we've raised that have budgetary impact.
The things that we, I think, have heard is potential positions. And I think there has been some discussion about the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department at earlier points. If there are other items that we've missed.
Yeah, like the red light speed cameras, we know that there's an initial budget per month for that, right?
Correct. So I think based on what Chief discussed this evening, if there's going to be any adjustment in the number of cameras, he would bring a plan forward, and there would be costs associated with those added cameras, but also revenues. So that would need to be looked at comprehensively, and my understanding is that they do need traffic assessments and feasibility studies to accompany those.
Thank you. I think
Yeah.
we just want to make sure we're planning for one or two, but there may be other things that we can review the notes that my colleagues have mentioned. We just want to make sure as we go into next week, we have the list. In the past, for budgets, you've kind of worked with mayor and council to say, I've heard this, I've heard that, here's the list, and then we've kind of live adjusted. Is that what you anticipate happening at the next meeting or a different meeting?
I anticipate live adjustments in the next meeting. And,
Okay.
and if there's anything, I mean, I'm not working off of a master list. I'm relying on the body to say, this is what we want, this is our priority, and if there is majority support for it, then we can.
So do we have to
add.
re-raise the things we talked about today? For example, I've mentioned the speed cameras, we talked about composting, you've heard from other colleagues on different things. You expect us to re-raise those again?
So those things have been addressed as part of this discussion. Composting, as Mr. Woods indicated, the cost is nominal, and that the priority is identifying that location first. And that I think he even said, I don't want to misspeak for you, Mr. Woods, that he believes that we would have the internal capacity to take care of that in the 25 budget with what's already here. So if we're really talking about the allocation of dollars, I think what we've heard are possibilities, are changes in allocations for grants. We've heard to include the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department potentially. Again, this is up to the body. I've heard about positions potentially, and I think at an earlier point there was some discussion about adjusting a rental license fee, which would reduce budgetary capacity. So those are things that we heard discussion on that we could directly relate to the FY25 budget and things that we anticipate could be brought up, but there could be other things as well that maybe we have not heard.
If it's possible to just see the list that you have from us prior to next week or in preparation for next week, then we'll know what we need to add versus having to start over on our list, just to be very efficient about our time.
Okay.
Councilmember Shaw.
Yeah, and part of that list, I just wanted to clarify around housing. So my question was, what type of resources or FTEs that are needed so that we can ensure that we're implementing our code? And I just want to make sure that that's also included.
Yeah, and I didn't go through the whole list, but I know my colleagues have said things that are important to us, and we just want to get a sense of the list that you have.
So my presumption, just to be clear for staff, is there's some comments and some things that Mayor and Councilor has raised that, a direction, clear-cut direction, what you'd like to see, obviously, that, may or may not have some budget implication. Like, for instance, the equity plan, you say you'd like to see that implemented at least at some point in FY25. There's some direction for specific staff. So what we would do is to review this meeting and plug all those things and then develop some sort of a list and then send that to you all to make sure that this is what our understanding has been as far as the direction from the entire body.
I think that would be very helpful ahead of the meeting next week.
Just one other thing, I will say that I don't think a lot of those have dollar impacts for FY25. I think they're more program initiatives.
Some of that, Councilmember Fulton.
No, I just wanted to validate. I think my understanding is both things are true. This meeting has been incredibly productive in providing direction from the body on the types of programming and the things we want to see from the different departments with their budget dollars. Mm-hmm. But very little of that direction, and you'll tell us when you go back and look, but it's only a small subset of that important, clear direction that will make a dollars change in the FY25 budget, right? Okay.
That's correct, but there are some things that we want to make sure are not lost. For example, I know you heard from some of us just now repeating things. The branding for Rockville Town Center, I mean, that's something we talked about that has monetary impact. So we just want to make sure that the list is not lost and that if we have to come back and weigh, what all these ideas may not be able to be funded in FY25. So we have to make tough choices and we have to work with the list at hand.
Madam Mayor, I anticipate some of these items being funded with year-end money, and we will sort that out for you.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. All right. Thank you to our budget and finance team. Thank you to all staff who have stayed with us to walk through each department. This is a new format, and we really appreciate it. I do think that lesson learned is we probably have to start a little earlier because there are so many departments and lots of good commentary. But thank you for all the expertise and the work you put into this. All right, so I know it is very late or early, but we do have future agendas and all new business. I'm planning to hold my own new business items that I have shared. But is there anything in particular on future agenda that we need to discuss? There was something I asked that come on the future agenda, but you said yes to it already. And then it was the TPB, 270. So, and MPDU's discussion, not necessarily before May on the latter, but that we need to have that 13.5 discussion. And then I just want to note that we need to have a discussion on Ready and the Rockville Town Center put on between April and May, because those agreements are due in June. So we need to figure that out. And if you need direction from us, which I know that some things you might, we need to have it sooner than later, either late April or early May. I'm seeing a yes for those who are online.
You were also going to ask, give direction on delegation and thresholds also, but I think that can hold off too.
We need to do that at another meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so I'm holding on old new business. Does anyone else have anything that is pressing? I know it is 1:13. Can we wait until next meeting? All right, and with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Motion's been made. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. What an eclipse day.